All right, good morning, District 4. This is awesome. Congratulations. First and foremost, hope that everybody is healthy, well, your families, your friends, want to start off with high energy and keep it positive without, of course, forgetting those that have been suffering, that are suffering. We've heard friends in our realtor community with tremendous losses, parents, and it's heartbreaking and heart-wrenching, but all through that, we're strong. We are strong. Our leadership, Florida Realtors, thanks you. Myself personally, I can't thank you enough for getting us to today and this point, but just to be here, being all of you, smiling, and all of us being alive. So I was giving some thought to today, and the word pandemic. Peter referenced pandemic, so we have Peter, pandemic, so it kind of flows with the letter P this time. And I thought about what I would like to choose as the words instead of pandemic to really open this up with, and who we are and who you are, and to be able to start with praise, because I think we do need to offer praise. We've prayed a lot, and we'll continue to do that, but above all, we go through this with perseverance, with professionalism. That's our big buzzword always. We've had to position ourselves so differently in this new world. I think we've learned, I feel that we've learned to become better partners as realtors, and that our passion is just as strong as ever, if not stronger. And that life is precious, that we're all precious, and that realtors and what we do is precious. And of course, we want to be prosperous, and it feels and seems like we're moving into that. And hopefully, all the way from up in Jupiter, all the way through Palm Beach, Broward, Dade, whether it's east, west, and all the way through the Keys, all the way down to Darla and Key West, that our people are prospering, and that we will see better days. And lastly, that we remain proud, that we need to be proud of what we do as realtors every single day. And I couldn't be prouder to get us here today with, of course, not me, but everyone, especially the one and only Letty Oliver. And I am so proud to have her as a friend, as a colleague. But what she did, we've got to highlight and applaud her and thank her, because today would not be possible without Letty. We're in a different place. We're sitting hopefully someplace safe, even Albert, somewhere along Miami Beach. But Letty is the most dynamic, caring, and we talk about passionate friend to all of us. And again, Letty, on behalf of myself and all of us in Florida Realtors, we thank you, thank you, thank you. This time, the District 4 conference is always a time that we look forward to spend together. And we mesh and we talk about our different markets, and sometimes there's some referrals that come through it. But I know that as we get through 2020 and we move into 2021, and we will have these events again, they'll probably look a little different. We'll all look a little different. Maybe some masks, maybe a few more gray hairs, or a few extra pounds or less pounds, but we're going to go through this together as always, and again, to continue to be strong, and under the leadership of next year's District Vice President George Guerra, and know that it's going to be a phenomenal year. And I, of course, want to recognize those that are on the session, our past District Vice Presidents. I know we have Carlos Gutierrez on. I know Stacy Stahl and so many others, and to be able to follow in their footsteps and see all the moves in leadership in great places that they're all going to, and so many of us that are on this session, our leadership, our desire to lead has never been stronger the way I feel. Behind me, you'll see that is Margaritaville. We would have been there, we should have been there, we couldn't be there. We really tried up until the last possible moment to see that it could be done. But I do think that this was the best decision. So hopefully throughout the day today, you'll get a little fresh air out there, send us some sunshine. We're a little cloudy today and gloomy here in Broward, but our friends in the Keys will hopefully send us some of that beautiful water, the skies, the sun, and we'll see better days. I want to remind everybody again, when we talk about commitments and leadership and being realtors, now more than ever, let's look at our RPAC and what we can do to help make it stronger and better in our region. C2EX, I went in the other day and looked to see what the updates are and said, okay, it's time to go in and do a little more. So if you haven't done it, it's excellent. It's for you. Yes, it'll raise you within the professional level within being a realtor, but it's definitely for you. You'll feel better about it. And really, let's spread the word. We've got the Florida Realtors Convention right around the corner. They have a goal. They would love to see us hit 10,000. Your Florida Realtors leadership will be joining us, and we'll hear what they have to say. But let's get the word out now. What better than to bring us all together at that time, again, in a new way. And I really wanted to take a moment and introduce the stars, the CEOs of all the organizations here within our District 4, and ask them to please present to us proudly their leadership, their presidents, their elects. So we'll start with the one and only Darla from the Key West Association. And Darla, if you could please address everybody. Good morning.
Good morning from Key West. We're so happy to be here at District 4. We love you guys. We wish we were there with you on the beach, but unfortunately, here we are in beautiful sunny Key West. So hopefully maybe next year we'll either get to go to Hollywood or you can come back to Key West. We'd love to have you back. I didn't mean it when I said I didn't want you to come to Key West. I really didn't. I really want you back. I miss all of you. So I'm very proud to introduce my president, Robin Mitchell. She's with Keller Williams Compass Realty here in Key West. And then my president-elect, Jamie Caballero from Key West Vacation Properties and Realty. So I'm happy to have both of them here with me today, and we look forward to a great conference. Thanks, Mark, for everything, and Letty.
Thank you.
Thank you, Letty.
Thank you, and your presidents and your elect, they're wonderful, wonderful leaders in the community, and watch what they do, and know that Robin's having a great year, and that it'll continue on. So thank you. And next, Linda Anthony, I don't know if she's able to be on, our CEO from the Florida Keys Association. She's actually on her way back. She's on a road trip, but her president, Michael Koenig, should be on. And if Michael's on, he would love to say good morning and address everybody.
No, Michael's not on.
Okay, so we'll speak for him. I will tell you that Linda and their group, they've invited me on some of their Zoom happy hours. They have such a great, passionate group. We talked about things in the midst of the COVID pandemic, and kind of brought us to where we are today. And we've become very good friends. And I can tell you that from the water cleanup that everybody participated in, they've been involved in so much within their little community, food distribution, and just so much giving back to the community. So when you see them, please congratulate them. And next, moving on, the one and only Teresa King Kinney, the Miami Association.
Good morning, everyone. We're so excited to be one of the 4 hosts for the District 4 conference. And it's my pleasure to introduce Miami Association's top leadership. We'll start out with the one and only, unmute yourself, George Guerra, Chairman of the Board.
Good morning, and I want to take just a quick little moment to say thank you to Mark. Mark, in this theme of praise and positivity, it is awesome to hear your voice of calmness. You know, you've been a leader throughout our industry for many years, and I can't think of anybody better to lead us through these times than you. Your passion and the way that you show that you care about the industry is one that I'm going to have big shoes to fill next year. With that being said, TK, who's next?
Next is Residential President Alberto Carrillo, who has arranged an amazing background for you.
I did my best. I've been running around. I'm not sure I'm not on private property. So, but, you know, we won't mention that as cars drive by and I'm a little nervous. But thank you all for joining us. Thank you, Mark, for like Guerra said, really being the voice of calm and his passion and his perseverance. Every time you talk to him, he says that we're going to get through this. We're going to do our best for ourselves and for our members. So that's very important. And I said it on a call that we were on yesterday for Florida Realtors. The realtors are always the tip of the spear when it comes to recovery, when it comes to giving back to the community. And now we just come together in a special way to make sure that everything that we can do for our communities, we do it together and the best way possible. So thank you all again, and I hope we have a great conference.
Thank you. And next is Broward, Miami President Sharon Rollins Lindblade.
Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here. I wish I could see everybody, but I know there's a lot of people out there that are excited, and we're going to have a great conference because Mark has seen to that. We were so excited that we were going to have everybody in Broward this year, but unfortunately, as we know, things have changed. But it's just it's great to be here. It's going to be a great conference, and I hope everybody gets a little something special to take out of it. So thank you all for being here.
Thank you. And next is Miami Commercial President Fernando ARENCIBIA.
Thank you, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. I also want to share my sentiments to Mark. I think you've done a tremendous job, and Letty and everyone at D4 for putting this together. You know, the other day, my daughter, we were watching a basketball game, and they had made a lot of adjustments to kind of bring the crowd in. And, you know, they created this wall of virtual faces of people and fans that are looking. And my daughter asked me, I can't believe they did this. And I said, well, they did what humanity always does, which is, you know, we adapt, we adjust, we overcome, we push through. And I think there's no better example of that than realtors. We are so great at adapting, at creating that flexibility, and to be able to adjust to all these moments. And I think that there has been no better time to see the power of our associations on a local, state, and national level than we have for the past few months. So because of that strength of us, of our togetherness, because of that strength of our associations, we're able to do things like put together a D4 conference, which I'm sure is going to be phenomenal. So welcome all, and thank you. I'm really very happy to be here.
Thank you. And you're going to hear more from one of our speakers later, Peter Ortega. But for now, he is our president of YPN Miami.
Hey, good morning, everyone, and welcome to our first virtual real estate conference, right? So it's really bummy for all of us that we cannot be with Sharon in Broward and with Mark and with everyone as we get an opportunity to collaborate. But one of the great things from that's coming out of YPN, is that we're going to be teaching all of you some great tools, how to leverage Google, how to adjust to the shifting market, and of course, how to communicate with your clients using the DISC profile. So I'm very happy to be here. Thank you to everyone for putting this together, and please don't miss out on these webinars.
Excellent. And one president for JTHS Miami was not able to be on the call this morning, but he will be joining us throughout the conference, and that's David Abernathy. Mark, back to you.
Thank you. And the wild man himself, Mr. Wayne Carter with the Marathon and Lower Keys Association. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you, Mark?
Excellent, sir.
Well, thank you so much to you, Mark, to Teresa, to Letty, to all the Miami staff and all the Miami leadership for all you guys do for us. Thank you for putting this together. And Margaritaville or Hard Rock 2021, okay? I fought like crazy to get it this year, and look what happened. Let's make it happen next year, please. Let's not forget we were going to do this. It's your turn still. You didn't get it, so you get it next year. Just thank you to everyone for coming together for this. I wish we could have an even bigger turnout. My president, Caitlin McKinney, I do not believe she was going to try to call in. She's on her way to a doctor's appointment, unfortunately, so in Miami, I think. So unfortunately, I don't think we're gonna have her on. She is our current president, Caitlin McKinney from Coldwell Banker. She's an amazing young lady, does a great job, love her to death. but we do have our president-elect, Lisa Joseph, on. So Lisa, will you go ahead and unmute yourself and say hi? Here, I'll unmute you. How about, oh, there you go. Oh, you did it. Lisa? Uh-oh. You there, girl? Lisa Joseph?
I'm here, I think.
Okay, there you go.
Good morning, everyone. I'm happy to be here. I didn't expect him to ask me to speak, so wasn't prepared.
Well, Lisa's going to be our president next year. I'm looking very forward to that. I wish we had our real leadership symposium and whatnot, but you know, we'll do that online too. And I guess the Florida Realtors CEO symposium is postponed till next year maybe. But anyway, I look forward to seeing all of you guys in person again sometime. Come visit us here in the Keys when you can. Stay safe, and thanks again for all you guys are doing, and look forward to this conference virtually today. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Wayne. Thank you, Lisa. And thanks for all the videos that you've been posting. And to Caitlin, the videos are phenomenal and very inspiring. So we've been watching them and learning from them as well. And I certainly need to learn how to do some videos better. So you guys can teach me. And
oh, George will teach you. He's way better than me.
That's true. You're right. You're right. Not that you're not great, but he's got it. So with that, we're going to get our incredible program started. And, you know, one thing to always remember, and thanks to Anna Maria, who's about to take over, and to the state and to the leadership for declaring us essential. We are essential, guys, and we're not going away. So thank you, thank you, thank you to all the leaders, to all the voices, and our soon-to-be Senator, Ana Maria Rodriguez. Thank you, and good morning, and welcome.
Good morning, Mark, and good morning, everyone. It is my distinct honor and privilege to kick off our first session today. I would like to go ahead and introduce Rhonda Haag, who is our first speaker today on the topic of resiliency. Rhonda Haag is the Sustainability Director and acts as the Chief Resilience Officer for Monroe County, located in the fabulous Florida Keys. She has been with the county for 9 years and leads the county's resiliency and sustainability efforts to help prepare the county and its coastal communities for the effects of sea level rise in what is one of the most vulnerable regions in the country. To assist in these efforts, Ms. Haag serves as an active member of the Southeast Florida Regional Climate Change Compact Steering Committee. She also leads the county's environmental canal restoration program, restoring the numerous canals in the Keys that do not meet state water quality standards. She also leads the county's marine debris removal efforts for canals that have been affected by hurricanes. She serves as advisor to the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary Canal Advisory Subcommittee. Ms. Haag's experience includes previous service with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection and the South Florida Water Management District, where she served in several roles, including Service Center Director, Everglades Outreach Manager, and Contracts Manager. Ms. Haag is committed to improving the marine environment in the Keys, providing for the future livability of residents in these vulnerable island communities, and ensuring the resilience efforts of the county continue to remain in the forefront and ahead of the cumulative effects of climate change. Without further ado, Ms. Haag, take it away.
Oh, good morning. Thank you so much. So today so everybody knows the Keys, our island community, we're very, very vulnerable. But that doesn't mean that we can't do things to help protect us for the future against sea level rise. So today we're going to talk about what we're doing in the Keys, and we're going to look at actually one of the worst case scenarios in the Keys to show you that even in the worst case scenario, we can prepare for sea level rise. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, get my share. Okay, let me get my slideshow ready from beginning. Okay, everybody can see and hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. So we're going to go ahead and get started. So today we're going to talk about our roadway vulnerability case study and the overall county roads adaptation thing project that we're talking about. So we're going to talk about the Countywide Road Adaptation Project, sea level rise projections, how they affect the Keys, a special neighborhood analysis. Stillwright Poin is in Key Largo. It's one of the lowest neighborhoods in all of the Keys, and they've been in the national news over the last couple of years because they go underwater in the fall king tides coming up, like in October, November. You've probably all seen it. And so we pulled them out for an analysis, and then we kind of going to get into just a very touching on the policy discussion about how does roads elevation affect what we're doing in the Keys? Can we afford it? Can we afford it? And you know, what type of service are we going to have in the future? And then the next steps. So you're going to hear a little bit of how difficult it might be, but that there's a lot of hope for the Keys. And I want everybody to walk away with a good feeling that, you know, we're going to move forward. And these are our two county inspectors here. They assist me in our roads inspections. That's Sampson and Sassy. All right, so why the urgency? So as I've said, we've had a lot of national press, and it isn't just the press. I mean, we don't want our residents having to go out into the roads and be underwater. And, you know, this is the Stillwright Poin neighborhood here. It's in the New York Times and a lot of other papers. And, you know, they had to deal with some difficult circumstances there. And this is what it looked like a little bit ago and last fall. This is another neighborhood nearby in Key Largo, the Twin Lakes neighborhood, also very heavily impacted. But it's throughout the Keys. Big Pine neighborhood, another one. These are in the fall king tides. These aren't storm or rainwater. This is simply the fall king tides. Here's some more in Key Largo. This is the Stillwright Poin neighborhood. Now we all know nobody would like to drive through that water. And as a reminder, it is salt water. Here's just some more pictures. So you can see we've got our work cut out for us because we're already feeling the effects of sea level rise in the lower neighborhoods in the Keys, especially during the fall time of October, November, December. And so Monroe County, the Florida Keys, we're one of about the third most vulnerable county in the nation because we have so much low ground elevation and we're an island community. So we would anticipate that we would be very vulnerable. And land that's gonna dry now will go underwater by 2060. We're at the 36% of the population would be displaced if we do nothing. So we have our instructions. We know we need to move forward. We're trying to bridge the gap here. So for the last decade, we've actually been doing a lot of planning. We did a climate and resilience plan back in 2016 called Green Keys. It's a 5-year plan. There's 165 recommendations in there. And a lot of that included just a lot of data developments. We had to do like mobile LiDAR. It talks about pilot elevation projects, a lot of other things, the modeling and all that kind of thing. So we've been doing a lot for 10 years. And so what we're trying to do now is we're trying to move forward into the implementation phase where we, you know, kind of wrap up the modeling and the data gathering. We start to move forward with maybe some major construction projects. And that's really what the Countywide Roads Vulnerability Plan is all about. And I am fully anticipate by the time we're done with this roads adaptation study that there'll probably be $1 billion or maybe $2 billion worth of road elevation projects that we're going to need to do in the Keys. And so the purpose of this countywide road vulnerability study, you can't just jump in and start doing $2 or $3 billion worth of projects. You have to do your plan correctly so that we can ensure that we're meeting the needs of the residents and spending our money wisely and doing, you know, getting the most done. So we've already done task 1, the data collection. Right now we're in the engineering analysis, and then we're taking a look at how we're going to do all of this planning for the roads. Policy review comes later. We're going to, of course, engage the public and the stakeholders all along the way. And then finally, at the end of this, we're going to have an adaptation plan for what we need to do for our county roads. So there's 311 miles of county roads throughout the Keys. That's a lot of roads. That's 311 miles. So we have to look at that, and they're spread out over 21 different Keys. So it's not like we're looking at one little piece of road. We're looking at a bunch of different segments, actually 1,200 different segments spread throughout. And just as a reminder, US 1 in the Florida Keys is a state road. So we're not looking at these. These roads that we're looking at are mostly neighborhood roads where residents live. So they have to be able to get in and out of their houses. And so the engineering analysis, first of all, we're going to look at the sea level rise projections here. We're using that NOAA. These were developed by the Southeast Florida Climate Compact. I'm sure you've all heard of them. That's that 4-county compact with Miami-Dade, the Keys, Broward, and Palm Beach County. And we released some new projections in December, this last December, and we're now looking at 9 inches of sea level rise. That's the low end, 17 inches. Got here just a minute here. And then 31 inches by the year, whoops, hang on, by the year 2060. So that's a lot of water. So we want to plan for that ahead of time so that we can, you know, ensure that people are going to have dry roads to drive on. So what we did was we looked at Stillwright Poin. Again, that's that very low neighborhood in Key Largo. And they had, you know, they had up to 90 days of water on their roads the past couple of fall king tide seasons. And, you know, nobody wants to live like that. It was up to 2 feet deep. So last year we started this Countywide roads project to see what we need to do for all 300 miles. But we pulled out this Key Largo neighborhood to take a closer look because we wanted to see if we could expedite the analysis and modeling. So that's what we did. So as the overall is going on, we also looked at the Stillwright Poin neighborhood in Key Largo and did some data modeling to see what we could do. But we're still doing, behind the scenes, we're still doing the analysis of everywhere else in the Keys, including, we even have some county maintained roads in Key West. So the project has a dual path, and Stillwright Poin was our preview of the overall project. And like I said, it's one of the worst case scenarios because it's a very low neighborhood and it's already experiencing very severe effects of sea level rise in fall. So this is how sea level rise could impact Stillwright Poin if nothing is done. By the year 2035, you're looking at a 1.5 foot depth of seawater on the neighborhood roads up to a 1.5 foot. And it's so deep because it's already, the roads are already so low. So that any amount of incoming seawater is going to dramatically affect it. So that's 15 years away. So by 2045, we're looking at up to 2 feet. And as you can see now, you know, the entire, it's not just roads, it's now backyards. You know, the water keeps rising. It just doesn't come in on the roads. It also comes in on residents' backyards. And then by 2060, we're looking at almost completing addition of the ground. So like I said, don't lose hope. There's things that we can be done. And this is just another different road here to kind of show you. This is the year 2035 and a different lane. It's called Blackwater Lane. And this is 2045. This road's a little higher, so you're not seeing the level of depth that you saw on the previous slide. So this is 7/10 of a foot by 2045. And that's you know, we can deal with that. Even 2060, 1.5 feet of water on this road, you know, by 2060. So these are all manageable things that we can deal with even in the worst case scenario. And so just a little bit, this is Stillwright Poin. It's a neighborhood waterfront community. The pink areas denote the areas that are already susceptible to the fall king tides. And so this is where kind of the water's coming in. We get street flooding. Anytime it rains, like 4/10 of a foot, 4.8 inches, you're already seeing street flooding any time of year. And that frequency of neighborhood flooding is expected to increase as seas continue to rise. This is just an example of a neighborhood. That red circle right there, and I'm gonna pop up, that's that house right there. And then this circle there, this is one of the worst corners there at Blackwater Lane. It gets very deep there, and this is, I guess this one here is the worst. This is the corner where it's probably the lowest throughout the neighborhood. So that was about 2 feet of water that resident was driving through that day. I was out there taking pictures. So what can we do about this? So we can't just get out there and throw blacktop on the road. That's not allowed. So what we're doing is this complete engineering analysis. So we're taking the sea level rise projections that I showed you a little earlier, and we're combining it with this engineering analysis, which I won't bore you with. But we're looking at, okay, what do we need to do to deal with sea level rise by the years 2025, 2030, et cetera. And so we're really focusing on the year 2045 because roads have an average life of about 25 years. So we kind of settled on 2045. And we're looking at all the types of things. We're looking at storm surge, you know, if we have hurricanes come in, if you're building a higher road, you also have to build it stronger. We're looking at wind waves, extreme events. So this is going to be the roads, and we start to elevate them, are going to be higher and stronger and able to hopefully withstand storm surge and things like that. And all this engineering analysis will now allow us to deal with the projected elevations of water on the road, and then do the engineering analysis to figure out what needs to be, how high that road needs to be, how wide it needs to be, and what materials to conduct it with. Just checking my time here. So the existing conditions, you already saw this. It's very, very heavy, wet. wherever you have these open lots, that allows a lot of the fall king tide water in because they tend not to be elevated lots. So a lot of the water comes in on these open lots. And by 2045, we're looking at, right now we're looking at about 18 to 20 locations where it goes in. But by 2045, we're looking at 112 locations, lots where water will come in. So basically almost everywhere if nothing is done. So there's different types of roads when we're looking at road elevations. I'm not going to get into this in a lot of detail, but it's not a one size fits all. So in some neighborhoods in the Keys, the roads are very narrow. Some other ones are much wider. This particular neighborhood, it was much more difficult. Not only are the roads very low, but they're very narrow. So we looked at the different type of solutions. And one is your typical curb and gutter where you have a road and then you have a gutter alongside of the road that helps control the rainwater that falls on the road. Because when we build these elevated roads, we're now required by law to capture the stormwater that falls on the roads. We have to transport it. We have to transport it using expensive pump stations. We have to treat it before we release it. So this is just one of the options, curb and gutter. And then you have to look at, because these roads are so narrow, we may have to use some of the residents' front yards to make a higher, wider road. But if you want your roads elevated, this is kind of some of the things that we might be looking at in the Keys. Very doable, but again, this is going to be a partnership with the thing. And here's what it looks like now. The street looks like now. Here's what it looked like with that. So it kind of looks like a nice boulevard, but if you look on the side, you see that white car. If you don't elevate that driveway, you can see he's kind of backing up into a 1.5 foot wall there because the road has now been elevated 1.8 feet. You see on the left, you see that blue stuff, that's water in the residents' yards. So we can elevate the roads, but we're going to need to work with the residents on what to do with the storm water in their yards. And then the second option here is just a more typical shoulder where you have a shoulder and then a swale that takes all the water in. This is going to be a little more flexible in terms of having space for people to walk, because on the one on the left, there's not going to be a lot of space to walk. On the one on the right, you're going to have more of a shoulder. Just correction my time here. This one's a little more expensive on the right, I think. We'll get to the cost in a minute, but so you put the little ditch in there, then you can put like a grate on top of that so that if people still want to walk through the neighborhoods and walk their dogs, they can have a walking area. So that's option 2. And that's kind of what that looks like. I won't spend a lot of time on it, but then here's what this road looks like. So now on the side, you see that grass that used to be grass now becomes road shoulders. So it's a wider road. It allows a little bit more flexibility for neighborhood walking. Number 3 is just another version where you have flush shoulders at the natural ground level with a pump injection, very similar. And again, we're probably going to need to borrow some of the front yards to make that higher, wider road. And this is what it's going to look like here. So we can elevate the road. And again, we're having to deal with the water that comes in the neighborhood yards, which there are solutions for that. And number 4, the residents just asked us, well, what if we want to just slap some blacktop on and not deal all this expensive, elevating the road 1.5 feet or 2 feet, adding in the pump station. So we looked at that. But the problem with that is since the road is already getting wet in the fall king tides, this is really a very short-term solution. It might only get us like 3 or 4 years. So not very effective. So we elevate the road just a couple of inches, but you can see the water is already on the side of the road within 5 years. And so that's kind of this neighborhood. This is the alternative 4. What would we do if we just do short term? So we would only elevate it a couple of inches. It's not going to last very long because it's a very low neighborhood. But we're going to look at all options here in the Keys to see what we can afford. So the solution to sea level rise is basically we're going to be pumping the ocean. That's a kind of a joke. So what happens is when we build these road elevation projects, we're going to be building in a lot of pumps to keep the water moving. And so it's a little bit expensive. You can see here some of the costs here. Alternative 1 is right around 20 million. Alternative 2 is 20 million. Alternative 3 is 21 million. And then alternative 4, I can't see it on my screen, but I think it was about $1 million or 2. So very different alternatives. Basically, we're looking at options 1, 2, or 3 for a long-term solution up to the years 2045 and beyond. And when you're looking at elevated roads, you have to remember when you elevate a road 1.5 feet or 2 feet, you have to also elevate your driveways to meet the road. So that's going to be a little bit higher point when you're going out. And anybody in that the elderly or in wheelchairs, we have to, consider their particular needs and make sure that, you know, they can still get out their driveway and they can get up to their mailbox. Mailboxes are going to have to be elevated. So it's a lot of neighborhood planning, a lot of working with the residents on what their needs are to make sure that they can still get out and walk the dogs. Because we just have a very narrow elevated road where there's no shoulders. You're going to have to walk right on the road. And, you know, we don't want to do that if we don't have to, because that's not safe. So we have to take all of these residents' concerns and needs into play when we look at this. We want to make sure people can still go out, walk their dogs, and they're in wheelchairs, that they can still get out and access the roads. So the summary of Stillwright Poin here, it's very challenging, very low roadway. The private property is also low. So when the sea level rise comes in, it's going to come in on the neighbors' yards. So we're really talking kind of about a partnership here with the neighbors, where if the county elevates the road, we're going to need to work with the neighbors on resolutions for what to do with the water when it rises up in their backyards. And there's different things you can do, putting in injection wells, or maybe raising their whole yard with fill, things like that. So I don't want you to think there's no hope, because there is. It's just we're going to have to, you know, look at some very unique solutions here for the Keys. We didn't think the alternative 4 was all that useful when we just slap a couple of inches on the blacktop. It will get us 4 or 5 years, but it won't get us long term. But we are looking at that too. And as I said, this is going to be a very big partnership with the residents for long-term resiliency. It's also going to be a partnership with all of our state and federal agencies, because we're going to be looking for some funding to help us fund these projects. As you saw, that one neighborhood in Key Largo was $21 million. We don't have that kind of money. If you're looking at 300 miles, like I said, we're probably looking at $2 or $3 billion worth of road elevation projects. I'm not going to get into this a whole lot. There's just a lot of policy decisions here. It's like, okay, how much can we afford to do? How long is the level of service? Are we going to make sure that no roads ever get wet? Or are we going to maybe allow them to get wet a few days a year with just a couple of inches, not 2 feet, certainly. So lots of fun things to come. There is a website there. I guess this one doesn't say that. So the differences across the Keys, the lower Keys tend to be lower in elevation. They tend to have skinnier roads. So we might have different types of road elevations in different neighborhoods and in different Keys. So it's not going to be a one size. We're not going to come in and raise all the roads 3 feet. It's going to be very, very specific to each neighborhood. And it's also going to be, based on each neighborhood's needs and their vulnerable residents and things like that. And of course, what we can afford to do. And so the new Keys, we might be looking at other sorts of transportation, not just car and things like that, but maybe to some of the neighborhoods that are going to be have a little bit more of the flooding or a little bit more farther out there. Maybe we can look at other ways of accessing that. And that concludes my presentation for today. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Rhonda. You did a great job. And I'm sure we'll have a few questions at the end of the resiliency segment. But in the meantime, we're going to go ahead and present our next speaker. I think he is on the line already. Okay, we'll go ahead and I'll read his bio. James Murley, who I've known for some time. He's a good friend. And he was appointed Chief Resiliency Officer for Miami-Dade County by Mayor Carlos Jimenez in November of 2015. Miami-Dade County, together with the cities of Miami and Miami Beach, launched their Resilient 305 strategy in May of 2019. Jim previously served as Secretary of the Department of Community Affairs under Governor Lawton Chiles and was appointed Chair of the Florida Energy and Climate Commission by Governor Charlie Crist. Additionally, he served as Executive Director of 1000 Friends of Florida, spent over 10 years with Florida Atlantic University, give me 1 second, overseeing research on urban and environmental issues, and served as Executive Director of the South Florida Regional Planning Council. Jim is a founding member of the American Society for Adaptation Professionals and Resiliency Florida, a board member of the Florida Ocean Alliance and the Southeast Coastal Ocean Observing Regional Association. He is also a fellow of the National Academy of Public Administration. And without further ado, I present Jim Murley.
Anna, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Good morning, Jim. Welcome.
Good. Okay, we're having just a few technical problems. Can you still hear me all right?
Yes, sir. We can hear you. We can't see you, but we can hear you.
Good, well, it's amazing we can do anything anymore. Good morning, everybody. Jim Murley with Miami-Dade County Chief Resilience Officer. Thank you so much for the opportunity to tag on to Rhonda, who does a great job talking about the work in Monroe County. And I'll briefly go over similar approaches that we're doing here in Miami-Dade County, but obviously, as you would imagine, the scale of working at the 7th largest county in the country, and one that's in land area bigger than some states, requires a variety of approaches. Sort of Monroe County may be the canary in the coal mine. We're probably the coal mine, and we're at the direction of our mayor and commission. We're focused on these issues, and I'll go over them, and I'm sure we can answer any questions at the end. So there's currently a number of studies going on in our county, as in Monroe, with the Corps of Engineers. And the 4 here are the 4 that we're most focused on as it deals with sea level rise. These are all jointly, they're funded by the federal government, conducted by the U.S. Corps of Engineers, but partnering with Miami-Dade County and with municipalities. So we'll talk today more about what we call the Back Bay study. We're also studying improving the port and also protecting it from storm surge. The beach itself is under study and under renourishment construction. That's a big part of our defense to storm surge. And then we're part of a regional study, the South Atlantic Coastal Study. In the case of the county, we're at a point reviewing a draft plan from the Corps, and the map is a high-level map showing the focus areas of where our intense investigation is occurring with the Corps as to measures we can take to protect property and people from the severe damage that can come from storm surge. This is not a total sea level rise flooding study. This is a federal study that is focused on storm surge. And of course, if you follow the damage that came from the hurricane that just glanced by us, but caused damage in North Carolina and Virginia from storm surge. And of course, if we remember the storm that hit the Bahamas, that was a 25 storm surge wave that swept over the northern Bahamas. It's severe storms augmented by sea level rise that are the threats that these studies are aimed at looking at and evaluating measures. We haven't made any decisions as to the final measures. We wanted to advise you of the things we're looking at. There's some big structures. These are structures cited in Miami-Dade, obviously, but they are storm surge walls that are used in other communities in the United States and floodgates. We are evaluating the Corps whether or not the placement of these types of structures are going to be appropriate and the best way to protect our built environment from storm surge. There'll be intense involvement by all the interested parties, and that would include the realtors, we hope, and our local government officials, our regional government at the South Florida Water Management District, and the state in final analysis and decisions. We're on a timeline that includes, we're at the bottom, you'll see the draft report is where we are today. They're accepting public comment on that report. And then we move into 2021 where there'll be a recommendation by the Corps on the initial plan that we'll look at. And again, these are the studies that
Jim,
are.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Before you continue, this is Anna Maria. We're trying to give Sandra, your assistant, screen access because we cannot see your slides. So if you can just wait for just a minute, I'm sorry about that. We want to be able to see your slides while you're speaking, so give us a second.
I thought we had that.
No, we can hear you perfectly, and everything you're saying is very very good. We just want to make sure that we have the slides on. So yeah, I think we just gave access to Sandra, so we should be able to see your slides now. Perfect. Thank you.
I apologize for that. This technology is always a challenge for those of us that didn't grow up with it.
It's okay. I'm sorry. You can continue now.
Okay, Sandra. Yeah, I'll these are the map of the areas, the walls that I spoke about. Go ahead, Sandra. Our timetable that we're on. And then the contacts for the studies that we referred to. And I'm sure that through the Ana Maria will be able to provide the PowerPoint so that you'll have all these websites. And we welcome direct communication with any one of the individuals from the realtors and the organizations to go more in depth in these studies. Go ahead, please. So while we are working with the Corps on specific interventions which would protect Miami-Dade from storm surge, over 3 years ago, the County Commission, the mayor directed us to look at a much broader set of issues under the umbrella of sea level rise, because sea level rise is something that's happening slowly, but is accelerating. We chose to make our overall study on that change in the vulnerability of our community, because it will make rain events and high tides in the fall and storm surge that much more difficult to deal with. So we're looking long-term in the sea level rise strategy that I'll go over with you briefly in the following slides. Go ahead, Sandra. We know we're going to be exposed in the next 30 or 40 years to these types of vulnerable situations, and protecting the real estate that is the foundation of our community that pays the taxes that allows us to make these interventions is obviously a key part of our overall strategy. It's interesting here quickly to look back, because as one of the earlier speakers said,
oh no, are you at the office yet or no?
Yeah, I'm walking in. I'm walking in. My hands are
in the beginning, we are a resilient and adaptive community, and our community in over 100 years has gone from a situation where we were literally in a water marsh and the interventions of drainage. And go ahead, Sandra. And so we look like this, and now we look like this. And so the environment and the built environment and the natural environment has changed over the last 100 years. And we will change over the next 100 years. It's living with water that is going to be the fundamental principle by which we are able to adjust to the changing conditions that both Rhonda and I are talking about. We'll still be here as long as we continue to adapt as we have in the past, and we're flexible enough in the future to adapt to the changing conditions. Go ahead, Sandra. We had a lot of community involvement in looking at what kinds of options lie ahead of us over the next 50 to 75 years. Next slide, please. And we're looking at, again, a holistic approach to flooding and the changes that are going to happen. So it's not just sea level rise, but it's also how coastal storms and tides bring that water in on episodic events. It also affects our groundwater, because I would imagine many of you know that our geology is a porous lime rock. So heavy salt water goes under the groundwater and forces it up. That's a long-term change. It means protecting our well fields and thinking about it from a drainage standpoint. Next slide, please. This slide gives you an idea of the approaches that we are going to incorporate in an overall approach to protecting our built and natural environment from sea level rise. We are going to definitely continue to rely on a managed, nourished beach. That's very important. It has so many benefits to our community, but one of its biggest and one that we're focused on is protecting us from storm surge. We're going to look at the backside of the barrier islands, which are different and require different solutions. We'll be looking at the mainland, which is affected by many of the things we're talking about. And then we're going to focus on critical facilities, from our parks to our water and sewer treatment plants, to a whole number of infrastructure investments that cities and counties make that are definitely part of the quality of life we expect today, and we want to be able to maintain in the future. Move ahead, please. So how can we accommodate 2 feet of water by 2060? This is 2 feet of sea level rise. This is not the storm surge. This is the underlying water rising all over the world because of the effect of the heating of the ocean and other things that are happening to change the level of the water to the land. Next. So we're in our study, which should be finished this summer. We're evaluating 5 overall approaches that will, we believe, form at a high level the concepts that will then apply with our partners in the 34 cities and in unincorporated Miami-Dade County, and obviously with the private sector, who builds these and maintains the structures. But we have to think of this as a integrated system of land and water, just as it was historically, and how it will adjust in the future. Next slide. We're going to be looking at specific areas within the county. It's a huge area, and we don't believe that our solutions all apply the same way everywhere in the county. So we're using a principle that's in Florida planning law called adaptation action areas. Right now we're doing studies in the Little River area in the north, but we will be expanding into the drainage basins, which are labeled C4 or C3. Those are the large areas that are drained by the canal system. And we'll be focusing in on implementation actions at that level. Next slide, please. Complementing the specific actions that the county is taking on protecting us from the change in the natural environment, we've also engaged with our cities in producing a resilience strategy with the support of the Rockefeller Foundation. And this is online at resilience305.com. And it's a partnership of the City of Miami, City of Miami Beach, the county, and the Miami Foundation, and also with action items that are being done from a variety of partners from the other 32 cities, United Way, a whole host of folks. This is a strategy that looks at resilience beyond just protecting us from storms, but beginning to think about pandemics and other things that can impact our community. Next slide, please. Here was a launch event and all the cities that have signed on through pledges of their mayors. Next slide. So today we're 1 year into implementing the Resilience 305 strategy. We'll be issuing a 1-year annual report in the immediate future. And we have a lot of information online for access by the public. I could speak a lot more, but I think my major point is that as we move forward, we need to be thinking about how we do transportation and housing and how we protect ourselves from the vulnerability of storms. We need to think of that holistically. These cannot be done in separate ways. They need to be looked at so we're all on one page on the things we're going to be doing, because there's just not enough resources to invest independently. When we make the big investments, they have to complement all of the issues that are important to the future of our community. Next slide, please. We're also very concerned about increasing the efficiency of our building stock. So we have a lot of work going on, primarily focused on county-owned buildings or county-financed buildings, but also encouraging and working with the private sector on finding ways to encourage and incentivize conservation and efficiency in our building stock. In greater Miami-Dade County, greenhouse gas emissions, which are worldwide, what causes the impact on the heating of the oceans and the atmosphere, come from either transportation or the generation of electricity for our buildings. So by being efficient and conserving our use of electricity, we reduce the greenhouse gases that are emitted from our power sources. And of course, we also be looking at a growth of electric vehicles and other actions in the transportation side. Next slide, please. Rhonda mentioned the regional compact. This is very important. This is probably the strong asset for our part of the country. It's now being replicated in many places throughout the U.S. It's a partnership. It's not a regulatory entity. It's there so that the 4 counties representing over 6 million people can speak with a stronger single voice in Tallahassee and Washington, D.C. about these issues, and to provide information that is reliable and based on science. Next slide, please. These are some of the things that the regional entity does. You see their PowerPoint, their website at the bottom there, a host of good information. Next slide. Rhonda went over this one. This is very important, and I won't go into the specific numbers, but the key to this, from my perspective, and for the community at large, is that this is updated every 5 years. So we have empirical information from 5 years of history to fine tune the model and determine if the models are underestimating or overestimating the projected rise in the sea. Next slide. Thank you. Thank you, Anna Maria. Thanks for doing the technology hookups.
Thank you, James. No, I couldn't do it without Letty and Liz and the whole team here behind the scenes, behind the curtain. So James and Rhonda, right now we're open to the Q&A portion of our resiliency segment. I don't see any questions in the Q&A section here, but I think in terms of our objective as realtors and as an industry, I think it's important for everyone that's listening to remember that each and every one of us is an ambassador for our industry and for the housing market and for the real estate market. And so it's important for us to listen to people like Rhonda and Jim and learn about what's being done locally in our communities. Because obviously we know that the media likes to spin it in a very different way, right? The media likes to say, oh, Florida's going to be underwater in 20 or 30 years. And we know that that's not the case. We know that local governments like Monroe County, Miami-Dade County, and at the more micro level, city of Miami Beach and so forth, are all investing millions and millions of dollars in technology and resources to make sure that we do stay above water and that we are a resilient community for generations to come. And so I think that's really the takeaway message from from these 2 presentations is, we are adapting, we are being resilient, and we are doing what we need to do to make sure that we don't succumb to the forces of nature that are affecting our geography. Now, I do see a hand raised here. Oscar Risek posed a question to both Rhonda and Jim. Where will the funds to pay for these projects come from? So either...
I could jump in first. So what we're kind of anticipating, we just went through a $1 billion sewer project in the Keys where we sewered all of the Keys, and that cost about $1 billion. We anticipate the roads elevation. We'll know next summer when that study wraps up. We'll know pretty well what the cost will be. We're anticipating it's probably going to be anywhere from $1 to $3 billion. That's with the B. And we're anticipating a mix. So like we did with the sewer program, the residents paid for, about a third, the county paid for about a third. I think that's how it went. And then, we had state and federal funding. We're hoping to do that with the roads, that the funds that we're going to need for the roads, where the residents are going to have to pay for some, however that is done, whether it's through an assessment or a county-wide resilience tax, something like that, but we're going to need to raise a lot of money. So it's going to be the residents, whatever portion there is, the counties, whatever portion we can raise, and we're really going to be looking to the state and federal government for assistance. And I know I say that, that's why we're trying to get out ahead of the pack, because we have the whole rest of the country coming in with their needs too. So it's going to be heavy competition. We're really going to need to work closely with our legislators at the state and federal level so they understand and can plan for this future need, because it's not seasonal, it's not short term. This is a long-term need to ensure that our country can move forward and deal with sea level rise, not just places like the Florida Keys or Miami-Dade, but many areas of the country.
Well
adding to Rhonda's answer, and that's a great question, obviously. One of the reasons both the counties engaged with the U.S. Corps of Engineers on evaluating the measures that we spoke about is that the ultimate implementation of that program involves 65% funded by the federal government and 35% locally. That's obviously one of the most important reasons for including those types of approaches in a broader study of the effects of sea level rise. Like Rhonda, we're evaluating costs with our 34 cities. City of Miami had a forever Miami bond issue, resilience bond issue, which will support infrastructure investments. This isn't all paid for at one time. This is going to be paid over decades. Bond issues will be in one vehicle, but there's also a cost of not acting. And if we don't have an integrated approach that involves the federal, state, the South Florida Water Management District, which is absolutely key in the county and in the mainland, some degree less so in the Keys, but the primary canal system has to be maintained and upgraded, and we're supporting a study to do exactly that for the primary canals, and so that drainage system is maintained.
Thanks, guys. Great job answering that question. We have Yvonne Bellardo would like to, she's been unmuted. Yvonne, if you want to go ahead and ask your question.
That was done by mistake.
Okay, thanks, Yvonne, no problem. One of our attendees asked if we could send them the slides. Rhonda and Jim, would you be okay with sharing slides? Okay, great. So once we're done at the end of the conference, we're going to send these out to everyone. Okay, it looks like we don't have any more questions at this time. I don't know if Teresa or George or anyone would like to add some closing remarks. Oh, wait, we just got a question. Oh, no, thank you. We got a thank you. Okay, well, I want to go ahead and just thank you all so very much for your time and for I know you're both very busy, Rhonda and Jim, with your respective jobs, and so taking the time to share this with our realtor family is very important. And again, I can't reiterate how important it is to tell the story of what our local communities are doing to be resilient and to stay above water. And I think that what you all discussed in terms of it being a regional approach and not just a parochial kind of thing, that's also very important, because as you know, we have members that go all the way up to Martin County, Palm Beach and Martin. So the fact that all these different counties are working in tandem to address this issue is very reassuring, and again, we're very, very grateful. So thank you all so much. And let me see if I have one more question come in. Okay, one more question for the panel. Is there an initiative in Florida and amongst realtors promoting alternative energy like solar and wind?
Anna Maria, I'm not exactly sure if there's one specific for the realtors, but there's quite a bit of activity going on almost any urban area in Florida around solar. Our power companies themselves, Florida Power and Light and Duke, are committing themselves to a significant investment in the generation of base power from solar. And then the counties and the compact are all focused on that, working together to understand how solar can be installed in publicly owned buildings. And then there are programs like PACE, which is a financing program for solar that the legislature created, and the counties and cities help implement with the private sector so that property owners can access funding for putting solar on their homes. So there's a variety of things out there. And if there's a follow-up in that area, we would love to provide information through the association, the board, so that it's disseminated.
We would love that, Jim. Thank you. And I think it's important that this question came up, and I'm glad you addressed it, because I think there's also an aspect of personal responsibility that needs to be taken by homeowners and business owners in terms of hardening their properties and adding impact windows and proper roofing and so forth. And I think that it's good that there are programs such as the PACE program that help people finance these improvements so that they can be prepared for if and when, obviously more likely when than if a storm comes and their properties can be well protected. So that is very important to mention, that obviously the governments are all doing their part in terms of investing at the local, state and federal level, but the personal responsibility aspect is also very important to remember. Mark, I don't know if you want to close it out or if there's anything you would like to add.
Thank you. No, excellent information and presentations. We can't thank you enough. And as Anna Maria said, for taking the time out of your busy schedules and giving us such a broad overview of it, and yet drilling into what really is key for our members, for our realtors, to be able to get a better understanding and take back to our customers. So we again thank you tremendously.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Anna Maria, I believe you are up again.
I am. Our next session begins at 9:30 with the Brightline project. And I don't know if we want to start early, or I don't even know if she's on the line yet. So let's, okay, no, she's not on yet. So I guess this might be a good time to grab a cup of coffee, I guess, or.
Sure thing.
Or
sounds good to me.
Run to the bathroom.
I'm going to break out one of my little
cafecito cups.
Since we can't join you in person, I think it's a perfect time. Everybody go grab a cafecito, and we'll see you in probably just a couple of minutes.
Yes. Okay, Teresa called it 7-minute break. Thanks, Teresa.
All right. Are we ready to keep it going? I'm ready. Hope everybody got their coffee. They're fueled up because we have a lot more excitement coming. So with that, we're going to again hand it off to our Ana Maria Rodriguez, and she's going to introduce our next presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. I hope everyone enjoyed their quick cafecito break. I'm ready to present our next speaker, who is someone who I consider a friend. We go back about 15 years back to our Connect Florida days when we were kicking off Connect Florida down here in Miami. She is Ali Soule. She is the Chief of Staff at Brightline. For nearly 7 years, she was responsible for leading and developing the strategy for the government, media, and community relation efforts for the multi-billion-dollar transportation and real estate project. She is a Florida native, a University of Florida graduate, an active member of the community, and has received several awards and nominations for her work in public relations. Without further ado, I present Ali Soule. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Ana Maria, and thank you everybody for having me. I'm excited to be here today to give you an update and an overview on Brightline with not only what we are doing in South Florida, but also what we are doing on the West Coast and what our ultimate vision is. So with that, I'm going to share my screen. So give me a second to get through the technology. Let me see if I can. I'm going to open. Technology. Okay.
You're good, Ali. Don't worry.
I was going to ask, can everybody see my screen in the presentation?
No, what we see is a list of presentations, your files.
Okay, it is opened on my screen. So
you need to stop your share and restart it. You probably shared your other monitor. You can, when you share, you can choose just the PowerPoint itself.
Thank you, whoever is helping me with the technology. Hold on. Did it work now?
Yep, it's perfect.
Perfect. Thank you to whoever helps me. So just as a brief overview, Brightline is the only privately owned, operated, and maintained inner city passenger rail system in the United States. We currently operate on our South Florida segment, which we call Phase 1, which is between downtown Miami, downtown Fort Lauderdale, and downtown West Palm Beach. We are under construction to Orlando, and I'll share more exciting news about that later on in the deck. And then we are also, we're working on finalizing the financing and the design and engineering for our West Coast system, which will connect Las Vegas with Southern California, the Victorville region, and we are also working on a connection into downtown Los Angeles. And what do both of these routes have in common? They fit what we believe makes privately owned passenger rail profitable, which is they are too close to fly and too far to drive. So our business is focused on connecting sweet spots that are about 250 to 300 miles apart. It takes you the same amount of time or more to go through, to park at the airport, go through security, wait for the plane, have the plane board, maybe you take off on time. When you land, hopefully you're not stuck on the tarmac for 20, 30 minutes like I've been multiple times, as I'm sure many other people have been. We're all about productivity and the guest experience. So when you walk into a Brightline station, we own all of those stations. So we're in charge of the guest experience from the station on the train to your final destination. And we're really excited about our model. And as you can see from the map, we do believe that there are more pairs in this country that would meet that. You have the Texas Triangle, the Atlanta to Charlotte corridor, and we're very excited about what the future holds for passenger rail. So I mentioned the Florida system. We launched the south segment of the Florida system in 2018. Our downtown Miami station, our Fort Lauderdale and West Palm Beach stations. We are working right now to add inline stations, which are smaller in scale, but will still have many of and all of the same functionalities as the other stations in Aventura, Boca Raton, and Port Miami. Our station in Orlando is located at the Orlando International Airport, which I will show you later on. We're also talking to Disney about a future station on their property, and we are working with the Florida Department of Transportation on a planned extension to Tampa, which would be post 2022, late 2022, which is when we expect to open the extension to Orlando. It's about a 225-mile trip that our trains will reach top speeds of up to 125 miles per hour. Travel time savings range anywhere from 25 to 50%. So it'll take from downtown Miami to the Orlando airport about 3 hours. And when I give this presentation in person, I usually ask people to raise their hands if they've made that that journey in 3 hours. And I have like 1 or 2 people that sometimes raise their hand and I say, well, were you driving like 100 miles an hour, not at rush hour traffic? And they sheepishly nod their head and say that they were. So for those of us who leave during normal times and don't drive 100 miles an hour, we know that trip can take anywhere from 4 to 5 hours, especially if you're leaving downtown Miami at rush time. I mean, you can sit from downtown Miami to the Golden Glades interchange in traffic for at least an hour. I know I've done it many times. So we're really excited about the system that we will be bringing ultimately to the state. This project has generated significant positive impacts across the state of Florida. We've invested more than $4 billion in the transportation system and in the associated real estate, about 1.5 million square feet of real estate. So you can see we've created tens of thousands of jobs during the construction phases, more than 2,000 jobs during the rail line construction as well. So our trains, if you have not been on Brightline, you've probably seen them traveling along the Florida East Coast Railway Brightline corridor. They are 100% Buy America compliant, which means each component was made in America and assembled at Siemens Sacramento plant, creating actually more than 1,000 jobs. So these trains are state of the art. They were custom designed for our system. We did an extensive amount of research as we were developing and designing them. And one of the main features that we found, and I'll talk about this, the service, is when we did our research, most people, when they think of transportation, either flying or taking a train, the bathroom is the biggest barrier to travel. And so we made sure that when we designed the bathrooms on Brightline, they are wide enough. They're the most ADA compliant. They have a changing table. They're touchless, so you don't have to touch anything while you're in there. The toilet flushes automatically. The lights come on automatically. You can wash and dry your hands without touching anything. So it really did make, we really wanted to make our guests realize that we cared about them and their experience. So we do offer 2 types of service, Select and Smart. Select is our more, I would call, first class. People who ride it, they love it. It includes complimentary food and beverage both at the station and on the train. The seats are wider than that of a first class airline cabin. And then our Smart service is honestly just as nice. It doesn't include the food and beverage, but you can purchase it on board. All of it comes with complimentary Wi-Fi. We are pet friendly. And I will take a moment here while we're talking about our service to talk a little bit about COVID. So prior to COVID. Brightline actually, we believe, led the way in cleanliness and in making sure that every aspect of the guest journey was taken care of. We only enhanced that when COVID came and before we suspended service at the end of March, but we use an EPA certified cleaner on all of our touch points, our seats, our tables. We deep clean the trains every night, but also clean them after every run. The trains have a high air circulation throughout them, and we will be installing UV filters to help that, and that also will happen in the station. And then we also moved toward pre-packaged food. So obviously we didn't want anything that could you have cross-contamination. And so all of those and more will be implemented once we get past COVID and Brightline does reopen. And when we were operational, this is a photo of our smart car. So you can see there, the aisles are very wide enough for a wheelchair to roll down from one train set all the way to the last one, which is very important, especially when we go to Orlando. We're looking at implementing more vending options on board so that people have a multitude of choices. And then our stations in development. So not only is Brightline a transportation company, but our parent company is Florida East Coast Industries, which is a leader in real estate development here in South Florida. And so our team has been working very, very hard to construct and launch what you see, which is our downtown Miami station called Virgin Miami Central. We liken it to a skyscraper that is laying on its side. Again, it's about 1.5 million square feet of development. The actual station itself is elevated about 70 feet in the air. So when you arrive and depart in Miami, you have a really great view of the Miami skyline. And it also consists of a Class A office building, which you can see on the north end, and then 2 residential towers and a food hall, which I will talk about. It also has future service to Tri-Rail too as part of our mobility. So starting from north to south, our West Palm Beach station is located just off of Clematis Street between Rosemary Square and the Clematis Street district and the government district. When we purchased this land and decided to build a station, the former mayor of West Palm Beach, Jerry Moyo, referred to this area as the hole in the donut. And that was because you had significant development occurring to the south and to the north, but nothing happening in between. And we really saw it as an opportunity to invest and to revitalize that area. So we built our station about 60,000 square feet with the platform. And we also constructed a 280 unit residential tower called Parkline Palm Beach, which is right across the street from the Brightline station. We're not the only developers who decided to build a residential development in West Palm Beach. A year ago, the statistic that the city gave me was there was close to 1,000 units that were either under construction or had just opened within a half a mile of the Brightline station. And as we go through each of these locations, I think those kinds of statistics speak to how important transportation is and mobility and where people are choosing to live and do business. Not only are we seeing more apartments and condos in downtown West Palm Beach, but we're seeing more office space. The Business Development Board of Palm Beach County uses Brightline as it went to New York and to Connecticut to recruit hedge fund and major banking organizations to relocate their office in West Palm Beach. They touted it as the best way to get between downtown West Palm and Miami without having to sit in traffic. And they heard increasingly that it was a major seller for also people who are looking to attract talent from all over the South Florida region. Our Fort Lauderdale station is located just north of Broward Boulevard. When we purchased that land, if you're familiar with downtown Fort Lauderdale, it was coming into its own, I would say, with the introduction of Fat Village, Flagler Village. You still had Riverwalk along the river. Driving into Fort Lauderdale now, it has completely changed. Fat Village and Flagler Village are thriving. Pre-COVID, they had the art walks that were attended by thousands the first weekend of every month. And then you have all of the development that's occurring along the New River. And so again, this station is sparking talks in Fort Lauderdale about how do you redevelop the bus facility that is located just to the east of our station. You know, what does a county city complex redevelopment look like? And so we're excited to be what we think is the best location in Fort Lauderdale that will ultimately help to have some central, more central development. And then I mentioned Miami. We are located partially in historic Overtown and then also in downtown. Our headquarters, if you can see on the map, are located in 3 Miami Central. We are the first company to locate our headquarters in historic Overtown, and we have a deep commitment to the community, one which we are very proud of. And then we also have the station. So 2 Miami Central is the office building on the north end. You have the 2 towers, 816 units, Parkline. They are, construction is completed on the majority of them, and we have started leasing on the northernmost tower. And this station really is, I think, a testament to the resurgence of the western side of downtown Miami. You have, if you looked at downtown Miami before Brightline, you had many vacant parcels of land which had ownership but in plans to develop but no timeline. I think Miami World Center is one of the best examples for that. Brightline announced its plans, started construction. Miami World Center started coming out of the ground. They have Paramount and other apartment towers, and they're also working on their future development. And all of that has sparked, again, this resurgence along on the west side, and one that we believe will continue to see and grow. Virgin Miami Central, again, is 11 acres, spans 6 city blocks. We're the only mobility hub in downtown Miami, so we connect with Metro Rail, Metro Mover, and ultimately Tri-Rail will come into our station. We are working on a signal system that is required for both Brightline and Tri-Rail. Once it's installed, Tri-Rail then has to certify their system, so we anticipate that they will come into our station at some point next year. And then I mentioned we opened a food hall in downtown Miami called Central Fare. So when I usually talk about Brightline, people are like, oh, you're the train that's going to Orlando. And the answer is yes. We are so excited that we launched construction about a year ago from this time to Orlando, our phase 2 construction. And that is a truly significant construction project. It consists of 129 miles of double track. So we are going, the corridor is tracked today. We are replacing that track and installing new track so that these trains can meet top speeds of 110 miles per hour and then 125 miles an hour on the new track that's being built from Cocoa to the Orlando airport. This is in FRA terms, the Federal Railroad Administration Class 6 and Class 7. Again, this is more than a $2.7 billion private investment, and we've had 1 million man hours to date. So this is a very significant construction project for the state of Florida. This is a photo of our station in Orlando, again, located at the Orlando International Airport. This is the intermodal terminal facility. So if you've been to the Miami Intermodal Facility or Miami Intermodal Center, the MIC, this is very similar to what is happening in Orlando. It will have a future connection to Sunrail, an automated people mover that connects it to the North Terminal, and the airport is already already under construction with the south terminal that will surround this facility, which will double the capacity of the airport. So we are very, very excited to be part of this location. And a lot of people ask, you know, generally speaking, why didn't we elect to go to downtown Orlando? Why didn't we elect to go straight to Disney? Again, we are looking at a future Disney stop, but this site really is key for Orlando and its mobility. All of the theme parks already have existing ground transportation that come in, that take their guests to their parks or to their locations, including the Convention Center, Universal, SeaWorld, Disney, etc. And so it just made sense for us to tie in to something that had that multimodal connection, which is very important for us. I'm going to show some construction photos. Everybody gets excited about those. Again, this is the track that's heading into the airport on the left side, the airport property, then the track that was recently installed to go into the actual station. This is a photo from our Zone 3 construction, which is the east-west corridor between Cocoa and the airport. Again, there is no rail corridor that exists there today, so we are building about 40 miles of new rail along the State Road 528 expressway. So what you see pretty much is one of the embankments. Again, here is another one of the embankments for the railroad that will go actually on top of that. If you look in the foreground, you can see downtown Orlando. I'm sorry. So the train would be heading toward the airport. This is a photo from Zone 4. So if you've ever looked at a railroad closely, you've seen the rocks. They're called ballast. So this is actually how ballast get dropped along the railroad. I thought it was very interesting. So this is, you know, the rail the ties go down, the rail goes on top of it, and then the ballast gets put into the corridor. So last year, just on our continued expansion efforts, we received approval to build 2 new stations in South Florida. Aventura, it'll be on the west side of Dixie Highway with an ultimate connection into the county facility and the mall. We expect construction to start this summer. We also received approval for our station in Boca Raton, which is located right across from Meisner Park, right by the city hall complex as well. We did apply with the city for a federal railroad grant to help fund part of the station. If approved, we anticipate construction will start in January of next year. And then it would open probably a year later in the end of Q1 or Q2 of 2022. Future development, we are in talks with the Treasure Coast and Brevard County on future station locations, also working with Disney to identify a station location on their property. And then again, I mentioned connecting Tampa to Orlando and Miami will fulfill a decades-long intercity passenger rail vision. If you go back, I would say probably about 10 to 12 years at this point. You remember that President Obama had his high-speed rail initiative, and he gave the state of Florida about $2.1 billion to build the first connection between Tampa and Orlando. Governor Rick Scott at the time declined the money and said that if the private sector thinks that this can make money, then they will step up to the plate. And I would say that that is partly what contributed our company to engage in this effort. Is we're the owners of that corridor. And if we as the owners of that corridor can't build and operate the system, then who can? And there's such a need with the more than 900 people that move to Florida every single day, the need for improved and more transportation options in our state will only get bigger. And on that, I will talk about, we are currently working with Miami-Dade County on a potential future commuter rail system on our corridor between downtown Miami and Aventura. For decades, the public and stakeholders and environmentalists and businesses have advocated for a local service to be located on the FEC railway. Originally, they wanted Tri-Rail on the FEC railway, but the ownership at the time was not interested in that. Today, we obviously have new ownership and are running a passenger, or new leadership and are running a passenger train. So we're in negotiations with Miami-Dade County to add up to 5 stations between downtown Miami and Aventura, potentially the FIU, Biscayne Bay campus, North Miami. You're looking at the Upper East Side, El Portal area, Design District, and Wynwood are all potential future station locations. Once the MOU is hopefully approved, the county would then determine where those stations would be located. The ultimate goal is to expand the system to Broward and Palm Beach counties. We have had initial conversations with Broward County. One of the biggest hurdles with that is the New River Bridge, which is located in downtown Fort Lauderdale. But we believe, as we are working with the county and the city, that there is a path forward to implementing or building a New River Bridge and having this commuter rail system. So more to come on that, but we do continue working with local businesses and stakeholders to educate and engage them about how important the system is, not only for the future, but also post-COVID and as we look toward an economic recovery. Safety is our top priority for the company. I won't hit on every point, but we've invested a significant amount in the system, from positive train control to a new signalization to upgraded grade crossings to quiet zones, which means the trains don't blow their horns, in partnerships with all of our local transportation planning agencies. We also launched a trilingual safety campaign that was implemented at the school districts across South Florida, the schools that were adjacent to the FEC railway. We ran PSAs and also we created the Buzz Box, which was a mobile barbershop that was focused on talking to the homeless populations and the youth populations about the importance of staying off active railroad tracks. And then I'll quickly touch on our Vegas, our West Coast expansion. Again, this is a 170-mile trip from the Victor Valley to Las Vegas. These trains would be the first real high-speed rail system in the United States, with these electric trains reaching speeds of 200 miles per hour. It would be an 85-minute train ride versus a 3+ hour drive. I have never driven it myself, but hearing from people when we make this presentation that on a Sunday, when you have people coming from Las Vegas back to Southern California, or even heading there on a Friday, the traffic can be 6 hours because there's really only one route to take. For this system, we will be operating mainly in an existing transportation corridor, which again is helpful for those economic environmental impacts and economic benefits. We believe the Las Vegas project will have significant economic benefit for the West Coast as well. So 30,000 construction jobs, 1,000 permanent jobs, removing 3 million cars and not reducing emissions, obviously. So Anna Maria told me that I needed to stay within a 30-minute time frame, so I made sure that I did that to keep on track. If we're taking questions, I'm happy to answer any questions, but I thank you for the opportunity allowing me to present. Go Brightline, and we look forward to welcoming everybody back when we reopen.
Thank you so much, Ali. You did an outstanding job talking about obviously the big picture, bringing it into the state, and then obviously into our region. I really liked what you talked about in terms of the donut hole effect, and how Brightline basically took the initiative of going into an area that was underdeveloped, that was kind of ignored, and that obviously others followed suit and have, you've basically become a magnet and helped attract other development into a neighborhood. I think that's very powerful, a very powerful testament to what Brightline can do to neighborhoods and help, you know, just kind of like help redevelop some areas. Mark, I don't know if, do you have any questions? anything you would like to add. I'm going to see, let me check the Q&A real quick, Ali, and see if we have any questions for you. Give me 1 second. Okay, Diana Fittis wants to know, how is the land acquired to build this railway?
So it's a great question. For the South Florida system, our parent company owned the Florida East Coast Railway Corridor. So we have a perpetual easement to operate passenger service. And then we leased 40 miles of land between Cocoa and the airport from the Florida Department of Transportation, the Central Florida Expressway, and the Greater Orlando Aviation Authority to construct that track. And then in Las Vegas, we are operating within an existing transportation corridor, the I-5, I believe it is, interstate. So we have lease agreements with those entities to operate our system, to build and then operate our system. And I will say, if I may add one more thing, that's a great question, because if you look at other high-speed rail projects around the country, the California High-Speed Rail Project, the Texas High-Speed Rail Project, those projects are, I mean, the California High-Speed Rail Project is $80 billion. And the majority of that is because of the acquisition of land to build that system. Again, to be privately owned and operated, you have to get from construction to operations as quickly as possible. And then also having an $80 billion system is just not feasible to make a profit. So we believe that using existing transportation corridors or underutilized freight lines and then upgrading them is really a good way to implement this kind of system. And it also requires less time for environmental reviews, because you're operating within an existing transportation corridor instead of on new land.
All right, Ali, we have a couple more questions. Again, it's from the same person who asked the previous question, Diana. Do you use the same railway as Amtrak?
No, we do not. Amtrak operates in South Florida on the South Florida Rail Corridor, which is the same corridor that Tri-Rail uses. So they are on the west side of 95. We are on the east side of 95.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I have a question here from Ellen. She would like to know, she says, wonderful presentation and project. It also ties into the discussion how to reduce emissions and the rise of sea level problem. I hope that this train net will expand to North Florida and across and around the country. Have the trains zero emissions? Do the trains have zero emissions is her question.
So our trains in South Florida are Tier 4 compliant, which means they meet the highest emission standards set by the FRA. So they are actually diesel electric. They are the cleanest operating trains in the United States. So we are very proud of that fact. So, and we've removed, 3+ million cars from roadways since we've been operating, which again is, to her point, helping to benefit the environment.
That's good to quantify the number of cars. I'm glad you had that data. That's very good. Our CEO says, amazing. Love to have you back again with more time and updates. So that's an open invitation for future sessions. Let me see. Diego Leyva, a Miami member, says, has the name changed to Virgin Trains yet?
So no, we have not transitioned to Virgin Trains. I would say that that's a little just pending COVID and everything that's going on. We're taking a slight hold on that for right now, but we'll provide more updates on the future on any transition and what that means for the brand.
Okay. And then we got a comment from Chandra, one of our YPNs. That's amazing. So you're getting a lot of positive comments and feedback from everyone here today.
Thank you.
Definitely. Yes. And Ali, I must tell you, really incredible information. And when we look at the face of our region and what this has already done and what we see it going into the future, I've always been intrigued with trains as a child of New York. So those of you in the YPN, not steam engines and coal-fired trains, I'm not that old yet, but what a difference. And our residential president, Albert Carrillo, just sent me a message as well about how this is so far above and beyond what we already have in place. And we've been chatting about how we can intrigue millennials that are coming into our marketplace, you know, the Brickell areas, these high areas, Las Olas, that can still give them a great transportation system if they're coming from DC, New York, some of the other metropolitan areas. And in addition, having had my daughter, an alumni of UCF, thinking of her freshman year, didn't have a car, how if we could have avoided her going back and forth, either on a bus or having to go get her, and have something like this where she can have Wi-Fi, be comfortable, be safe. I think for the future of the parents of all the kids that are going to go to UCF once this is done is going to be great. And of course, tourism, which we of course thrive on. So again, you've touched on so many areas, and as Teresa said, we'd love to have you back. So thank you on behalf of our district for great information.
Thank you. If I may add one last thing to your point about, you know, attracting attention, you know, the Brightline system is definitely another new transportation spine that the state needs, but you also need the local connectors. And so to your point about attracting people to ride, that's why we believe so strongly in this commuter rail system that we've been working on with Miami-Dade County. If that is implemented, you could have people, again, who live in Belmead or Morningside or Miami Shores who have, you know, access to a commuter station that feeds into Brightline and then feeds into Fort Lauderdale or feeds into West Palm Beach, or even gets them into downtown Miami in less time than it takes to drive. And so I think that, you know, as we continue to hopefully, you know, move into our different phases from COVID in Florida and focus on an economic recovery, you will see a transportation picture for the future that comes out of it. So, and we are excited to be a part of that. So thank you for having me.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. And really thank you, Anna Maria, for being our MC for a little while. And now we're going to see you back again soon. You're never going to run too far off from us. You better not. And now we're going to move into our first presentation.
I'm sorry, Mark, to interrupt, but there's another question for Ali, which is when is the station in Orlando expected to open?
Great question. We hope to launch the Orlando extension by the end of 2022.
Perfect.
Excellent.
Thanks, Letty, for catching those questions.
Thank you.
Thank you again. All right. And now we're going to have our first presentation coming in from our incredible Miami YPN, led this year by the one and only their incredible leader, Mr. Peter Ortega. So take it away, Peter.
Thank you for that, Mark. Okay, so many are currently wondering if today is a good time to buy or sell real estate. How are you as a professional handling this crazy shift? So let's hear from our real estate professional, Phill Calloway, who's presenting Handling Shifting Markets.
Thank you for that.
Phillip, take it away.
Thank you for that introduction, Peter. Let me go ahead and start sharing my screen. All right, there. Can you see everything?
Yep.
Awesome. All right, so first and foremost, thank you very much for that introduction, Peter. My name is Phill Calloway, as Peter said, and I am one of the members of the YPN Council. This is my second year on the YPN Leadership Council. I am the broker owner of Influencers Realty Group and also a professor at Johnson & Wales University. So in our time together today, I wanted to focus on three main topics. For essentially indicators that the market is shifting. We're going to talk about the ways that you can tell that the market is shifting or that it's starting to shift. Secondly, we will focus on the few trends that are currently witnessed in the market as a result of COVID-19. And third, I want to leave you with a few pointers, some things that you can and should be doing in your business now to succeed in our shifting markets. So, first, welcome to today 147. It's day 147 of the coronavirus. Now, my number could be higher or lower based on when you started paying attention to the coronavirus. For me, it was March 11th, 2020. The Miami Heat were playing the Charlotte Hornets, and by the end of the game, the NBA had canceled everything. And for me, that was the day that my market shifted. So as we get started, I want to ask you a couple things and I would like you to think about. One, if you knew on January 1st that COVID was going to be coming, back when we were doing the new year, new me, when we were thinking about all our plans for the year, if you knew that COVID was coming, what would you have done differently in your business? Second question, if you knew it back in March that we would still be dealing with COVID 5 months later, how would you have handled this, your business, differently? And what can you do? And lastly, what can you do with the information that we're going to be talking about over the next 3 days at D4 that will help prepare you for the next market shift? Now, let's talk about a few things. Now, we all know that the market is cyclical and that what goes up must come down and vice versa. But that's not necessarily preparing for a market shift. How do you know? How do you get ready? How do you know what's coming? Now, there are 4 key indicators that anyone can watch and recognize what's happening. However, only the students will pay attention. You see, the students become the experts. Neil Oates, Mr. World Renowned, if you don't know him personally, he teaches a class called Going from A to V. And it's all about going from a realtor to becoming the realtor, and how you just can't be the area in one area of your life, but the mentality has to permeate into every area of your life. So when I say be the student, you want to be the one who's always learning, the one who's always reading, the one who's always taking advantage of the information that the association provides. And a lot of times they provide it for free. So let's talk about those indicators. First, you have months of supply. And that's simply the measure of how many months it would take, given the current inventory of homes on the market, to sell, given at the current pace we are at. So months of supply gives you perhaps one of the best indicators of market demand. Analysts like Ron Sheffield, who's much smarter than me, he presents the mid-year report. And most recently, he was talking about the fact that 6 to 9 months supply is what is considered optimal in our market. Anything more than that would be considered saturated, which would be a buyer's market. Anything less than that would be considered a shortage of inventory, what would be deemed a seller's market. So why is that important in context of a shifting market? So let's look at our chart. In March of 2020, pre-COVID, single-family homes had a 5.5 month supply, right? Compare that to now in June, the latest numbers, where they dropped to a 5-month supply. And if you compare that to the condo inventory in Miami-Dade County, that was at a 12.5 months of supply back in March, rose actually to a 14 months of supply in June. So you see that where seller's market, you're in a seller's market for single family homes, and you're in a buyer's market for condos and townhouses. So months of supply is very, very important when you're going to take a new listing or when you're getting ready to tour with a buyer. It's important that you understand how the statistic plays into the market that you're dealing with. Secondly, you want to look at list price to sales price ratio. And your list to sale ratio is essentially the final sale price, or what the buyer paid for the home, divided by the list price, purchase price. The last list price as a percentage, right? So if you look at our chart, we'll see that across the board, we're at a 96% list price to sale price, which is very good for our community. But if you were to take this metric and scale it down to maybe the community that you work in, let's say you're working in Sleepy Meadows housing complex, and you notice that the list to sale ratio is lower, closer to 90% maybe, or even 89. At that point, you know that the majority of the homes are not selling at full price. So if you're going to take a listing, you're going to want to have that information up front so you can prepare the expectations of your seller. And on the other side, if you're working with buyers, you can go into that market and understand that, hey, we don't have to go in at a full price offer because we recognize that the majority of homes in this neighborhood are not selling at full price. All right, another metric you want to look at is time to contract, or your days on market. Now, why is this important? One of the first rules in sales that you learn is to underpromise and overdeliver. And nowhere is more important as this particular indicator. None of us want to have a listing that doesn't sell. And even less of us want to have to answer seller questions about why their house hasn't sold yet. Now, you as the expert, you're going to do all of your research and you're going to make sure that you properly price your home. But there's nothing you can do about the fact that this particular area has a higher trend in days on market. So you want to have that information in advance when you're talking to your seller, when you're going on listing appointments. You want to know that in Sleepy Meadows housing community that it takes 55 days from the time you list a property on average to go to contract. So you want to set your seller's expectations much faster. A happier seller means a happier agent, right? And finally, you want to look at your market share, right? And market share is nothing more than taking your individual sales over a period of time and dividing it by the total sales in the industry over that same period of time, right? So if you look in June of 2020, there were 1,089 sales in the month of June in Miami-Dade County for single family homes. So if you had only one sale that month, that would be 0.092% of the total sales in Miami-Dade County. If you had 5 sales, that would be 0.45% of the total sales that month. And if you were one of those super agents who sold 11 homes, you would have a whopping 1% of the sales for that market, for that month. Now, before we get depressed and think about how small those numbers are and percentages are, let's consider the fact that most of us work in particular areas, right? So again, if we take that example of the Sleepy Homes community, right, that we're talking about, and let's say I'm working in that particular area and I noticed last month that there were 20 sales, right? And I had 2 of them. Now that in respects to Sleepy Meadows, I have 10% of the market share. And that's where I'm focusing. That's where I'm spending my marketing dollars. That's where I want to pay attention to those upward and downward trends. And if I see that there's a trend changing, I want to make sure that I'm on top of those things there. Now, let's talk a little bit about COVID, right? During COVID, we've had the CARES Act, right? Which put a moratorium on foreclosures and evictions and provided economic relief. However, that did expire last week. So now we're in a situation where the governor did extend the moratorium on evictions and foreclosures until September 1st, but he added an additional entry this time that essentially says that all payments are due when the borrower or the tenant is no longer adversely affected by coronavirus. So it's going to be important to watch what happens with that over the next coming weeks and how that's going to affect the housing market long term. Another thing that we've noticed during the COVID has been that mortgage rates have dropped to an all-time low, right? And they've kept dropping, and it looks like they continue to drop to historic lows, right? When I checked this morning, the 30-year fixed mortgage rate was at 2.98%, and this is the only time since they started tracking rates in 1971 that this has happened. So when you have low inventory, right, and you have a high demand, you're bringing in more bidding wars. So now it's more important than ever that you talk to your clients when you explain the effects that rates have on affordability and why buying now is better than waiting for homes to drop, right? Another thing that we've seen during COVID is that home ownership has become more important now than ever, right? It's where we live, it's where we work, it's where we go to school, it's where we work out now, it's where we entertain. Tiny homes were a great idea before everyone got stuck inside. And now the amenities of high-rise condos aren't as attractive as they used to be because everything's closed. So now there's a greater rush, stronger desire for more space and for single-family homes. In fact, National Association of Realtors reported in June a 21% jump in the sale of single-family homes. All right. According to CNBC, that was the largest monthly gain that since an NAR had began tracking that information. Right? During the lockdowns, real estate was deemed an essential business, which was great. You know, we always knew that we were essential as realtors, but it was nice to have the government recognize it. However, condo buildings and sellers didn't want us in our homes. So that meant that we had to lead to a shift in technology, right? And everything from Zoom meetings to Matterport designs for your listings, everything has shifted towards technology, right? And finally, during COVID, racial injustice also has become to the forefront. Most recently, the Miami Association of Realtors issued a statement on Monday, joining NAR in condemning the recent action taken by the Department of Housing and Urban Development to abolish the affirmatively furthering fair housing, the AFFH rule, right? And that was a 2015 regulation implementing the Fair Housing Act of 1968's mandate that governments take affirmative steps to address segregation. As realtor members, it's now more important than ever that we must continue to address disparity and housing issues that disproportionately impact any segment of our population and impede the access to fair and affordable housing, right? So succeeding in the shift. All right, so first let's talk about technology. A recent study by Forbes showed that real estate is 90% online these days. So if you're not online, you're missing out on customers, right? But when I say embrace technology, I'm not talking just about updating your website or even fine-tuning your social media. I'm asking you, are your listings interactive? Can I give my client a link to your virtual walkthrough? You know, are you hosting virtual open houses? What about virtual staging? Are you comfortable hosting Zoom meetings with your clients? Have you done listing appointments virtually? Are you making yourself available to send videos to your clients of different properties? Because these are the things that you need to be doing and embracing during this time. And yes, you need to take the time to make sure that your website and your social media pages are updated and that you're posting regular and relevant content, right? Now, all the information that I had on my earlier chart can be easily found on the Miami Association's website. Monthly marketing updated emails are sent to you, sent with data and trends that are already compiled for you. So you want to study the trends and follow the things that are affecting the real estate market. Stay current on local policy changes, as well as national and on the state local level. Our association has a page on the site, dedicated page on the site, and a Facebook group that is dedicated to getting information about governmental affairs out to our members. And finally, you want to take risk, right? Be fearful, as Warren Buffett said, be fearful when others are greedy and be greedy when others are fearful. Now is the time to start thinking about your bank contacts and your REO contacts. We know that forbearance won't last forever. And so now you want to start thinking about how you can create relationships with banks and potential REO firms, as well as reaching out to clients that may be adversely affected by COVID and might be best suited to sell their homes now and to avoid foreclosure. So as wrapping things up, I wanted to leave you guys with this quote. Don't let how you feel about this situation dictate what you do about it. When you're dealing with less, you must deal with more. It isn't a choice, it's an imperative. And that's by Gary Keller from the Inman conference back on 3/16. So I thank you guys for listening. And if there are any questions, I am more than happy to answer them.
Thank you for that, Philip. So we all definitely know that our real estate is a local, it's localized, right? So they're local markets. And one of the challenges that we find with consumers getting their information from Realtor.com, Trulia, and Zillow is that they assume that real estate is all one market when in reality it's not. And so I just wanted to ask you as a broker, are you currently seeing multiple offers on well-priced inventory? Because we do have a large selection. I'm just going to talk about Brickell, for example, where there's a lot of condos, a lot of resales that are available. However, when we see single family homes that are priced properly, we're getting multiple offers. Same thing with condos, right? Is this something that you're experiencing at the moment?
No, I'm seeing the same exact thing. For single family homes, if they're priced right, you'll get multiple offers on the same day. you can't list them fast enough at the end of the day, really. They almost sell themselves. Condos, it's like I said, it's more of a buyer's market. You're seeing if a condo's priced right, you know, it will move. However, buyers have a lot more options when it comes to condos just because of how much inventory there is. And so they're able to take the pick of what they want, especially in certain price categories.
Fantastic. And then one last question that I have for you. We are seeing that, you know, obviously there's a shift. We're in a shifting market now. Everyone knows it. What has been pretty surprising to me in South Florida, summertime tends to be a little bit more quiet. But because of COVID, because of the higher rates of COVID in the northeastern part of the country, we've seen a lot of people from New York, Connecticut, New Jersey migrating down to Florida where they want to hibernate and stay in Florida. So I don't know that myself and a lot of our board members are experiencing a quiet period in real estate at the moment, right?
You know, it's actually interesting you said that. When we talked as a board earlier this year, and you mentioned us doubling down on marketing efforts and making sure that we reached out to those bases that we knew would be looking in that shift. We're seeing the fruits of our labor come in now, you know, in June and July, when people are really moving and taking advantage of the summer months to make those moves. We're seeing a pickup in business right now.
Fantastic. I don't know if we have any questions from the group. But Philip, thank you so much for the presentation. Valuable information. You definitely said it properly. We should be using our market statistics to paint a better picture of what is going on in our market here in South Florida. So thank you for that.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil.
Thank
we just
you,
had
Phil.
one comment. Daniel said, I am experiencing multiple offers to single family homes on everything under 500,000.
Yeah, you know, this is really the most important time for all of our real estate agents to take full advantage of making those care calls, right? We were making them before, they kind of went away. I still think they're super important to make, because when you're checking in on people to say, hey, Letty, how are you doing? How's your family? People, then you start to realize, wait a minute, people need a place to live. They need to move. They're either being evicted or they need to upgrade their home because now they have abuelita living with them. They've got their children that are moving in. So they want a comfortable home where the, you know, multi-generational families can live in and stay safe. And another thing is most of us are also working directly from our home offices. So now we need additional space. So I agree with Dania that the 500 and below properties are definitely seeing a lot of activity, which is fantastic. So price your properties well, and we'll sell them pretty quickly.
Great job. Thank you, Peter and Philip. Outstanding. Thank you for your insight and bringing it forward. And you know, I always say keeping us relevant to our customers, not listening to the news. You know, we knew that we would hear some of that negativity about the market in May as we were still figuring it out, kind of a little bit into June, but people that I connect to up north still have a misconception about what's going on. And I think it's great that we have you guys as the leaders in the forefront, getting the word out that we are strong. And yes, you know, condos, we've got the inventory, maybe some great deals still to be had. And for our investors and for single family homes, just as Chandra said, you know, also experiencing multiple offers on anything that's well priced. And we've seen it especially in the last couple of weeks. So we're seeing some of the posts of people getting 30, 40 showings within a 1 day or 2 day period, and then seeing 11 or 12 offers. So of course we need the inventory, and let's just go out there and get the listings. So with that, Letty, I believe we are right on target at 11:30. And are we taking a lunch break?
We're taking a lunch.
Excellent. So we're going to be coming back to you at exactly 12:30. Peter's going to take it off again, and he's going to introduce Wesley Ulloa, and there's going to be a session on open houses, so, and crushing it. So enjoy your lunch, guys, and we'll see you back in a little while.
Hey, Mark, if I can just say one quick thing, I would like to remind everyone that we are hosting a Funniest Realtor event today from 4:45 to 6 p.m. If you need the link to register.
Oops, we may have lost Peter for a second, but we can definitely, we'll get that link. We'll have Kevin or Letty jump in and put the link for us right into the chat. Good to go, Letty?
Yes, we're good to go, and I'll go ahead and I'll send that link.
Thank you. We'll see you back in a little while, guys. Hey, Wesley.
Hi.
Hey. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. Good to see you. And Peter's back. Letty, are we ready?
Yes, we are.
Thank you, ma'am. All right. Well, welcome back from a lunch break, everybody. Typically, if you're a first-time attendee at D4, we're typically at a beautiful resort somewhere, and we actually have a beautiful lunch, and then we go on with the presentation. So next year, there's no question, if all goes well again, we'll be able to have one of those beautiful lunches, take a quick break, network. We always spend time talking to our supporters, our affiliates that come in and support helping make these programs come to fruition. So, but we'll get back to that again real soon. So I'm going to hand it back over to your YPN president, and he's going to introduce your immediate past YPN president for what I know is going to be a really, really super duper presentation. So thanks, guys. Take it away.
Thank you for that, Mark. Now I have the honor to introduce you to a woman that really needs no introduction, my 2019 travel buddy, Lux Property Broker, and Miami YPN past president, Wesley Ulloa. Take it away. Thank you, Wesley.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Virtual D4, at least on my behalf. This is a new world for all of us, but I'm going to jump into the nuts and bolts of this presentation because I'm going to teach you all about listing presentations and what I do, my method. It's typically like an hour, 2.5 hour long class, but I'm going to condense it for you guys as best as possible. So I'm going to share my screen really quick and go into present mode here, and we will begin. Present. All right, great. So let me go ahead and tell you a little bit about what we're gonna learn today about crushing your competition at the listing table, okay? I'm gonna teach you how to handle the initial call, right? Preparation is key. How to prep for your presentation. Your must-have tech components to set you apart from the competition. Of course, the presentation and handling objections and the close. So I hope I'm gonna be able to give you some tidbits that you're gonna be able to use to get more listings in your business today. A little bit about me, and I'll just make this quick. I was born and raised in Miami. I have my master's in real estate. I've been practicing for 14 years. I own a real estate company of 340 agents, and I train them in this method. I play the violin, and I am a dog mom to 2 rescue Cocker Spaniels, Cookie and Whiskey. All right, so now the fun begins. So whenever you want to really set yourself apart and nail that listing presentation, it all begins with the initial phone call. It all starts there. This sets the tone for your presentation, and if you handle this correctly, you're going to be able to prep correctly. You have certain goals that you want to reach on this phone call. Number 1 is you're not going to get a listing on that phone call. So you have to really be cognizant of setting that appointment. In fact, you might even have to ask for the appointment multiple times. I like to follow up any question that I might give them or any answer with, listen, I could help you with all of this, but I need to meet you at the home. When is a good time? Obviously you want to introduce yourself and have the formalities, but keep that in the back of your mind whenever you're going through this question and answer process with this individual, right? There's 4 key things that you really want to find out on that phone call. And all of those statements you want to follow up with, when can I see the house, right? Few things that you want to understand is, why are they considering selling? I fully understand that it's you want to sell your home. What's causing you to consider the move, right? That's going to tell you more or less some level of necessity. For example, if somebody is moving because of a job transfer or somebody's moving because of divorce, they have more of a motivation to sell than the person that's just thinking about it, right? So it's going to help you determine what's going to be really important for them. Is it time frame, or is it price, or at least start getting an idea? So you want to know why they want to sell. There's nice ways to ask that, what's considering the move, right? Instead of saying, why do you want to sell? So consider that. That's what I always like to go with. I love to ask, where are you planning to go, right? 2 reasons. It goes back to that motivation, so it helps you understand that. But it also tells you, are they looking to make another purchase locally that you might be able to assist them with? Or do they need to go out of state or to another market where you could get referrals, right? So it continues to help you grow your business. And it gives you a better idea of time frame again, right? You want to have an idea. I like to ask, hopefully you know the area. And if you don't know the area, you should have already at least pulled up your phone and Googled the address on Zillow, whatever website you want to use, but you definitely want to do that while they're answering your question, so you can have some key information, right? Say you get a random call, it's a little bit harder, but be resourceful, use your phone. You want to have an idea of upgrades and condition of the house, right? So I like to ask, I see you purchased your home 5 years ago. Can you tell me, have you done any changes since the last time, the time that you bought your home? Why? Couple reasons. Any money that they invested in the property, whether they can or cannot, they are under the assumption that they should get that money back, right? If I invested $50,000 in my house, I'm gonna assume I might be able to recoup all that money, right? So it's important to have that. Also, it's going to help you prepare for your listing presentation if you have a better idea of the property. We're living in a virtual world right now, so sometimes what I've been doing lately is I ask the client, hey, yeah, we'll definitely set up a virtual call or an in-person presentation. It'll be super helpful if you could send me some videos of your home, right? So I might even get a better idea before I go to that listing table. And then most importantly, you need to get your client's idea or potential client's idea of the value, right? You want to, every single human being has an idea of what their home is worth, right? This is their most important investment. Even if they don't tell you that they do, I'm telling you they have some kind of idea in their mind, right? Whether they did an appraisal or refinance, whether they go on Zillow, whether they know what the neighbors sold, they have some kind of idea. So it's your job to pull it out of them. All right. So those are your 4 key things that you want to go through, right? And they say, well, what do you think my home is worth? I need to go ahead and, there's a range of values that I could provide you with, and I go over all of that in detail, but I need to see your home. When is a good time? So you always want to go back to that. Now, some objections that you're going to get on this initial call, right? So let's go through that really quick. Maybe they don't want to give you information. Maybe they don't want to tell you why they're considering selling, right? It might be something emotional. So, that one is a little bit more personal, but if somebody doesn't want to give you the value, you need to try to get that out of them. You really have to, right? You're building a relationship with this person and you want it to start off on the right foot. Some people have an unrealistic time frame. That's important for you to understand as well, right? I just actually signed a listing. I was able to work with a person, but he wanted to sell the property in 2 weeks. You want to close in 2 weeks. That's not possible, right? So you have to go through a little bit of a level of education. If I ask them what price do they want, or what price do they have in mind, right? And they're telling me a number that's unrealistic, and I know it's very far off, right? We know a lot of sellers have an idea that it might be worth more than what it is due to the endowment effect. But if it's very far off, I'm going to either do a virtual call or I'm going to ask them to come into my office so we could discuss. And I want to have an idea of where are they coming up with that figure, because time is money in the end of the day, and you want to work with realistic sellers as well. So what I mean by unrealistic, and I've literally had these calls, is a property that's worth no more than $500,000 and people want to ask $800,000 and $900,000 for it. That's very unrealistic, and that's not worth going and presenting. You never should discuss price on that phone call unless they are being extremely unrealistic, by the way. And you should never give them what you think the property is worth, because why do they need to call you back on? If somebody asks me, well, Wesley, what do you think my property is worth? I'm going to tell them, in order for me to accurately give you a figure, I would need to see your home. There's so many factors that go into valuing the property, including condition, layout, upgrades. So when is a good time that I could view it? Yeah, but I want to have an idea of what you have in mind. You know, I could tell you, because I already pulled up my phone, historically homes range between 400 and 600,000 in your area. But like I said, that big difference, if you want to maximize that value, I would need to see your home so I could give you tidbits on how you could get the most for your property. When can I view your property? So remember how I told you, always going back to that appointment. It's very important to keep that in the back of your mind, okay? Commissions. Now, that's something else you shouldn't touch on this phone call, right? These are these objections that you might get. What commission rate do you charge? I've had phone calls that I'm only gonna sign if you're gonna do less than the standard 6%. At that time, what I tell them is commission is negotiable. I go through that in person. We have different listing plans or options. When are you available for me to go over this all with you? Going back straight to that appointment every single time. By the 4th or 5th time I ask for that appointment, they're almost always gonna say yes. And numerous times I have had real sellers tell me I am not going to list for 6% commission, and they sign for 6% commission, right? So it's all about giving value, and we're gonna go to that later. If they're interviewing other agents, right? So sometimes you're gonna be presented with a listing opportunity that they might have already interviewed other agents, right? And they might have already made that decision. At that juncture, what you would want to be doing is you want to say, listen, I think it's important for you to get a second opinion. This is the most important sale of, you know, one of your most important sales of your life. If you give me, when are you available that I could go over what we do to help you get top dollar, right? So those are some key things that you would want to be going over, are some ways to overcome those objections. And finally, scheduling. When scheduling and you ask for that appointment, it's always good to give individuals 2 options. If you give people 2 options, they're more likely to select one. If you leave it open, you're gonna get the I don't know response. So you always wanna say, are you available Monday? Are you available Wednesday? You give them 2 options, they're more likely to pick one. Morning or afternoon? Afternoon, 3 p.m. or 5 p.m. So you wanna use that to help with that scheduling to get that appointment, okay? Now, hopefully, you went through all of those things on that call and you're able to get the information and the appointment you need. Now you're gonna go into prep phase. This is also very, very important, right? So you wanna make sure you're prepared for that presentation. So any objections that you might get there, you already know how to overcome them, especially in the event that that individual might want more for their house than what the market bears. Maybe that person has that unrealistic time frame. Whatever it is, this prep phase is gonna help you overcome more of that. What I always like to do is whenever I'm gonna go to a listing presentation, the first thing that I'm gonna do is I'm gonna check the MLS history of the property. Has it been listed before? What photos can I see so I can gather more information to help me determine the price? I'm also gonna Google Earth the property so I can see the exterior. If it's an area that I'm not familiar with, I might do a drive-by. For the most part, I almost always go to presentations that I'm familiar with the area, but if I need to, I will do a drive-by as well. My CMA. So I always prep my CMA and my pricing, right? So I already know most sellers want market value or above, but regardless, some are realistic or some know that their property has a lot of issues that are gonna prevent it from selling quickly or for top dollar. So I'm always gonna have a low, medium, and high price in mind. I'm gonna have a range. Now, when I gave that $400,000 to $600,000 range, that's a very big range. Why? I don't want to give them too much information and I want to meet with them. By the time I go to my prep phase, I am not going to have a range that high. I am going to consolidate that and really hone in on what is the highest that I feel that this property will bear on the open market. And if I walk into a great home that has no issues, I know that that's my number, right? And especially in a low inventory environment like now, right? So considering that, we're almost always going to be in that average to high price range depending on the situation. If I have my average figure that, okay, this property might, it's not the best, but it's in great shape, it's financeable, has a lot of curb appeal, maybe there's some things we could do to spruce it up. And then my low figure is going to be a property with issues, violations, needs a ton of work, maybe it's on a busy street, so I'm going to hone in on that, but I'm going to have low, medium, and high, and I'm gonna keep that in the back of my mind, right? Now, most importantly, and what has been, I've seen a lot of success with in the past 2 years is as soon as I hang up that phone call and prior to my listing presentation, I am sending them a pre-listing email summarizing who I am, what properties I've sold in their area in the past year, sample marketing materials of those properties, so videos, website, Matterport, all of that they could browse. My actual listing presentation booklet, which I'm going to go through, is also in there, and a little bit more about me and times I've been featured in the press. So it's like pretty much a whole summary. Just by sending that email, I have closed listings from that email alone. So it is a very important part of this process. It also saves you a lot of time down the road because you've already helped them go through who you are. I also put my Zillow reviews, my websites, everything about me that I would go over at the presentation, I give it up front. So that helps them already make decisions ahead of time. And it also shows that I'm diligent and I have a system in place, so it makes them feel more comfortable. I obviously prep marketing materials as well. I check how much is owed on the house just to have an idea of equity. And of course, I make sure any decision makers are going to be present at that presentation unless they're not local for whatever the case may be. And by the way, I did forget to mention, there is one instance when you might get listing presentations on the phone or listing of agreements or listings done on the phone. That's when you have visited the property before, right? So that's that one instance, but you've already built a relationship with that person. These people, you haven't built a relationship with them. So you have to understand who are the decision makers, are they present? You want them to be there and you want to check who's on that title as well. Okay, so a little bit more on prep and some more tidbits that you could put in your presentations. These are some things that more and more people are using, right? And you should be putting them in your presentations or your listing offerings. Property websites, right? You should have single landing page, single property websites for your sellers. They love it. I use this website called Realtor HQ, and I'm gonna show you on the, one of the next slides a sample. Video and Matterport, those are must-haves, especially under the circumstances right now, right? People want to see a Matterport or want to see a video before they go out there and view these properties. Of course, photography is a big must, and I think you guys all know by now, Miami Realtors offers photographers for you that you could use approved by them, so you guys should be using them. Smart campaigns and analytics, and I'm going to go through that as well, right? But I really try to hone in who's the target market for that property. So this is a sample website. You guys, it's very affordable. They make beautiful sites. They make brochures for you, anything that you can need. When it comes to that signage, they do the domain riders as well. So this is from Rela HQ. RELA HQ. Love their websites, and you could also have the video playing in the backgrounds and Matterport. So very, very nice designs. This is something I use through Commissions Inc., right? Because these, and I'm showing you guys these things because these are the exact same things I show my sellers when I sit down with them. So I do a lot of pay-per-click advertising, a lot of Facebook advertising, a lot of Zillow advertising, right? They all filter into one of my websites and my CRM. This CRM is great. I go to a listing presentation and I show them, I have 25,000 people who have visited my website, and many of them come back over and over and over again. I'm able to see their activity, see what they're looking at, see how many times they've been to my website. And most importantly, when you list with me, I go into my software, I put your address in here, and it's gonna go through this entire list. It's now 27,000 contacts, and it's gonna tell me who are the most probable buyers for your home, right? I'm gonna hone in on those individuals and I'm gonna contact them. And I'm also gonna make campaigns just for your property for anybody looking on Google, Facebook, and all of these different online marketplaces. Setting myself apart from the competition even more, right? So this is something that really helps me, and I like to show you guys this so you guys could do something similar, all right? Now, really important, we're gonna get to the presentation. Let's see how I'm doing. I got 11 more minutes. Really, all right, when you get to your presentation, of course, I recommend getting there early so you could drive the area before, especially if you're not familiar with it, right? Why is that important? Say you're in a gated community. Where is the clubhouse? You want to check that out. You want to see the comparables that you're going to be presenting. If you don't know these properties, it's really important for you to do that drive-by and see what's going on. Another thing that you can do, and it's another great tidbit, if you don't know the area, call that realtor that sold that property and try to get an understanding of why it sold in that price, or, you know, was that normal for the market? But if for whatever reason, you don't know the area, do a drive-by as well, because I guarantee you those sellers know those properties that sold. You need to arrive on time. Really, really important. Remember, you're starting a relationship with these individuals. Now, what I do when I go to my listing presentations, I like to tour the home first with the seller. Some people will actually teach you to have the seller sit somewhere while you tour the property by yourself. I like my situation to be a little bit more open and fluid. And the way that I like to see it with these sellers is they have barriers up, you know, they're nervous. People don't always like realtors. People get nervous around them, or they have your salesperson mentality. You want to bring those barriers down. So I like to build rapport with them while I'm walking through the home. I like to get an understanding of what they love about their home, because what they love about their home is going to be those key things during marketing that you're going to be able to highlight. What is it they don't like about that home? Because those are going to be the things that other people aren't going to like, and that's going to help you when it comes to pricing and bringing them to reality. So I also like to make note of anything that they've done to their house as well, because I'm going to keep that in mind, and I want to get to know them, right? So I'm going to tour that home. Then I find somewhere comfortable to sit with them. Dining room, living room, depending on the house, you're going to be walking into different situations. But I like to find somewhere where they want to feel comfortable. Once we sit down, first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to go over marketing always, right? I bring out my listing presentation booklet. I made this booklet for my company. I have it ready to go, unless it's a really high-end listing, when then I would customize it. Sorry, I'm trying to get this in my camera for you guys. There we go. So this I bring, and this is like, I like to say like my listing Bible. I can't do a presentation without this, right? And I like to give them collateral, because when people feel like they get something, they feel value in that. So I literally designed this booklet to go page by page with them and go through the entire presentation. What I'm going to spend the most time on going with you guys today, and I literally go through this with my sellers, is understanding the key objectives when they want to sell their property. All sellers want three things, right? They want the highest price possible in the shortest amount of time with the least hassle. All sellers want that, right? Who doesn't want that? Now, the question is which one does that seller want more, right? That seller is going to have one of these factors that's going to be more important than the other, and it's your job to find out which one it is, and it's your job to show them how you're going to help them do that, which I do on the next page, right? But have another need, right, that they care more about the price. How are you going to help me get top dollar, right? Now, somebody who wants to sell in the shortest amount of time, that's really important to know too. That's that person that might have to relocate for a job transfer. That's that person that might be facing foreclosure. It could be different reasons. Maybe they want to separate and they need to sell immediately. Maybe they have a baby on the way and they need a bigger home, right? But you need to understand if they want in the shortest time possible, because they're not going to be so driven on the price, and you're not going to have to be that agent that goes and gives them an unrealistic number. You want to understand their needs, and that's going to help you get that listing. And then with the least hassle, that's another important one, right? People aren't always driven by the price. With the least hassle, who is that individual that's going to want to, care about getting this done pain-free? Maybe somebody that has health problems. Maybe somebody that lost a loved one in the home and they want to sell the home. So you really got to understand where this person is coming from, and that's going to help you down the road. So I know already, and I try to get that from that initial call, which one of these would that person be, because that's going to help me price my listing right too. Then, so I actually tell them that. I tell them a little bit about my firm, sorry. But then I go through this and I explain, you know, we have 325 agents when I did this. But what's great about us is we work in a team. So hopefully you guys find some value proposition where you work that you could say something similar or find why they should sell with you. What I like to say is when you hire me, you're not just hiring one agent, you're hiring 325 agents to advertise your property and reach their networks. So that's something that I go through, but you find what works for you. Now, this is one of my most important pages, right? And this is where I go through everything that I do to market their home. Everything that I say after that page of what do you want the highest price possible in the shortest amount of time with the least hassle directly relates back to one of those three things, right? All of this goes through all of the marketing that I do, the website, the email blast, the direct mail, the drone. I do custom reporting. I track your property on Zillow, truly on realtor.com to make sure that your property is #1 viewed out of the comparable listings. I show them other properties that I have that are #1 in comparison to all the other properties out there, showing them that I'm going to maximize exposure, bring more buyers to the table, and get them a higher sales price, right? So I go through all of this in detail. I also, another thing that I like to say is I do these Matterport tours and I do these video tours because what I'm doing with that is I'm actually pre-qualifying these buyers before they walk through the door, not making you stop everything you're doing to get your house ready for somebody who's not gonna like the layout, saving you time. So I go through all of these things which relate to those 3 items. Typically, if somebody tries to interrupt me during that entire list of 25 things that I do, what I do at that juncture is give me a second, I'll get to that, right? Because I want to have control over that situation and I want them to know that I got everything from here on out. And then finally, I do tell them that I list on the MLS as well, but this is everything that I do in addition to the MLS, which shows them that I provide value and I'm going above and beyond, right? That's the goal in the end of the day. Finally, I go over pricing at that point. Once we finish all of this, then I'm gonna go over pricing and I use what is called bracketing. I already know my low figure and my high figure, and all of my comparables are gonna fall in between there. I already know how much they want for their home, so ideally, if I could get them more money in a great market, that's an easy sale. It's the ones that want more when their property is actually worth less. So what I do is I go through a comparison process with them, and I basically get them to agree with me until the point that they realize that their home isn't worth that. And what I do is I basically say, well, Maria, this property has a pool. It's the same exact as yours, and yours does not have a pool. Would you agree most properties with pools sell for more than those without? Yes, and I literally compare property by property, that to the point that she's agreed with me so many times, at the point that I tell her, you know, where your market value is. If she does not agree with me in that moment, something's going on that she's not telling me, because she's already agreed with all of my other statements as to why her property should be worth X. I also do a comparison, if any agents, if you're not doing good marketing, if you're not doing good pictures, I'm using that against you at the listing table. Anytime that I see a property that should have sold for more money and I see a subpar marketing, I don't know who the agent is. I'm like, this property, you know, look at these photos, and this property had extra days on market. I think it's because whoever took on this listing was not doing a good job with their marketing. It should have sold for more money. So I'm going through that whole process to get them to agree with me at the pricing statement, right? Now, if you did a great presentation and you agree on price, your biggest objection you're gonna get at that point is commission. I'm very straightforward at that juncture. I, you know, bring out the listing agreement, and sometimes now I don't even bring a listing agreement. What I work with is confidence, right? People want certainty, and they want confidence. So I have confidence. This is what you're gonna do. I'm gonna do all of this. This is the price I'm gonna get you. These are my guarantees of why I'm gonna do this. And at that point, I tell them my commission is 6%. You know, most of the time, 9 out of 10 times, if you do an amazing presentation, they don't even question your commission. When they question your commission, it's because they're not finding value in what you're offering. So if you do a great job, you shouldn't get to that juncture. And I'm going to go through objections and how to overcome them next if I have enough time. I don't know if you guys are going to cut me off any minute now. But finally, focus on listening, not listening. Focus on listening, right? Not selling. People are going to tell you what you need to hear. So really important, let them speak and listen to, instead of listening to respond, listen to understand when you're there and have that empathy, because it's going to help you go a lot further. Do I have 5 more minutes, or am I getting okay? All right. I just want to know, and if any, and I can't see the chat, but I just want to know. So dreaded objections, right? You're gonna get these objections, and it goes back to the last page. I only want 4% commission, or my friend will do it for 4% commission. That shouldn't be coming up if you did a great presentation, but sometimes you know, you're gonna have those people that still wanna try anyways. Couple things that you could do. I always like to say, listen, I completely understand, but I find it very difficult that your friend is going to invest $2,000 to $3,000 in marketing your home, like everything I just went through, which is going to cost you money in the end. Also, if your friend's willing to just do it for 4% and willing to negotiate so low off the bat, what is she going to do when people bring offers? If she can't negotiate for herself, how is she going to negotiate for you? So there's a ton of different ways you could go with that. Another thing that I like to do, depending on who the person is, almost all of my listings are signed at 6%. But sometimes what I do, in the event that I represent both the buyer and the seller, I will go ahead and lower my commission to 5%, which would be a variable dual rate commission, right? But it's a way that they feel like they're getting something. Well, you list it for 3 months. My answer then and there is I pull out my days on market calendar and I explain to them, or not calendar, but stats. And I explain to them that the average home in their market takes 6 months to sell. In order for me to invest $3,000 that I do not know if I'm going to get them back, I need a 7-month agreement. This is hard cost that I do not get this money back if your home does not sell. Also, I might do some kind of guarantee with them that in the event, let's say that I want to sell very quickly, I would tell them, you know, if you're not happy with my services after 90 days, you can cancel at no charge. There's certain things that I might work with depending on the person. I'm interviewing other agents. So what I like to do at this point, so whenever somebody tells me they're interviewing other agents, I would say, that's great. This is one of the most important decisions you're going to make. You know, what I would do if I were in that person's shoes, or what I would do if I were you, is make sure that you do research on whoever you're going to be interviewing, that they have sold homes in this area. Get a resume of their sales, or do some homework on them, right? So you're giving them a task. That's really going to be important to make sure that they're looking up who these individuals are. Most of the time, when I go up against other agents using this method, I'm getting the listing signed. So I sign about 90 to 95% of the listings that I go on. And the ones that I don't sign is probably because I don't want them. And if I think they're too unrealistic with time frame or price, I don't want to sign those listings. I want to find a house to buy first. In that instance, what I would be doing, it depends. But sometimes people want to get an idea of making this move, right? So I might take them out one weekend to view houses just so they could get an idea, or I'm going to start sending them listings, but I'm going to explain the importance of when you sell your property and you have it on the market, would you want to take an offer contingent on somebody else selling their house? And I try to put it in the other perspective as well. So it all depends where that person is financially and where they are in time frame, and you have to take that case by case. I want to price it for more, right? So that's going to be probably the one that you're going to get the most. Hopefully you use that bracketing technique that I told you. But you know, in a market where we're at right now, in certain price points, you can price a little bit higher and still be okay. But if they're unrealistic, you know, I like to go ahead and explain to them, you know, if I'm a buyer and you have all these other properties on the market, $50,000 lower than yours, why should somebody buy your property and not buy these? right? So I go through that with them as well. Now, what I would do is I would use something with predetermined listing price reductions that, okay, we're gonna list at $525, but after 30 days, if it hasn't sold, we're gonna drop it to $500. After another 30 days, we're gonna drop it to $490. But ideally, when you do a good presentation, a lot of these things aren't gonna come up, right? These are mostly coming up if you didn't cover these objections in your own presentation, which ideally you should be doing. I don't have all the time in the world to go through this all today because I'm gonna get cut off in any minute, but you can visit Miami Realtors Live, and me and another YPN member, Catherine, did this entire presentation, and it was 2 hours long, and you guys could watch it where we go into much more detail on it. And finally, if you don't get a listing agreement, you need to continue to follow up weekly. I don't know how many times I've gotten listings just by continuing to follow up and wear them down, to the point they say, you call me so much to get my listing that I'm sure you're gonna do the same thing when it comes time to sell. If you don't get the listing, ask for feedback on how you can improve. I just signed a $600,000 listing from somebody who didn't want to give me the listing and wanted to interview other agents. And because I asked her that question, she opened up, and then she basically told me everything. I worked it all out with her, and I signed the listing. So ask for feedback if you don't get the answer you want. And finally, if they do decide to list with somebody else, track the property in case it expires, and that's an opportunity for you to come in and try to get it again. So you keep on going until you get it done. I hope you're able to get some information from this. If you have any other questions, here's my information. Send me an email. Email is preferred. You could also follow me on Instagram or give me a call. Thank you, guys.
Wesley, thank you so much. That was incredible. So one of the most important things that we need to do here is ask a ton of questions. So again, we'll, if you want to see the entire 2-hour presentation, we're more than happy to find the link and post it on the notes. So now what I want to do, I know we're a little bit behind schedule. I would love to introduce you to our Miami YPN President-elect, Bethany Martinez from Related ISG, to introduce our next speaker.
Hello, everybody. It's so nice to see you guys. I'm so excited to be here at D4, even though we're not traveling like we usually would be. It's still nice to have us all together. And Wesley, your presentation was phenomenal. I found myself taking notes. So thank you for that. Up next, we're going to have Katherine Arteta, and she is going to be doing the art of sales and storytelling, which is all about marketing and really telling your story, whether it is about your business, who you are as an agent, because that's truly who people are going to fall in love with, right? So Katherine is also a sales manager at Next Level Realty, and she is one of our YPN board members. So welcome, Katherine. We're excited.
Hi, everyone. Well, I'm very excited to be here. Hope everyone's been enjoying all the presentations, and Wesley did an amazing job. Okay, let me share my screen really quick. All right, perfect. Everyone sees it? Okay, so as Bethany mentioned, I'm going to be presenting You're Only as Good as Your Story, the art of sales and storytelling, because as we know, we wear a lot of different hats, and one of them that not everyone realizes that we wear day in and day out is of a storyteller. So just some really quick facts about me. As she mentioned, I'm the sales manager for Next Level Realty. Born in Colombia, but raised here in Miami. I'm a Florida State Seminole, so sorry, all UM fans. I'm an avid runner, only thing that takes my stress away. And then I volunteer at the Radio Lollipop program at Nicholas Children's Hospital, which I'm hoping to be back soon once this is all over. So as I was mentioning before, it's definitely one of the hats that we wear in and day out, whether you realize it or not. Every single person in this world is a storyteller, especially individuals in the sales profession, right? We're always marketing, doing ads, putting ourselves out there. And as we're doing that, we're always creating a story, leaving a long-lasting impression, leaving an emotion behind. The one thing that they never tell us when we're first getting our license is that, yes, we become licensed real estate agents, but we're not just an agent. Every single one of us is our own individual business. The minute we start treating ourselves as one, the faster and more successful we become. So, now that I've said that, as a business, businesses always have a product or service that they sell, correct? So, what do we sell? What's our product and our service that we are always constantly selling? I'm pretty sure most of you, the first thing that popped into your head is homes. Yes, we sell homes. However, it's partly right, because the first thing that we need to sell is ourselves, right? Because without us, that home's not going to get sold. We're not going to be able to help that seller sell their home. We're not going to be able to help the buyer purchase that home. I mean, they can try and do it on their own, but at the end of the day, it's not going to happen. And that's why we are here. So marketing is no longer about the things you sell, but the stories that you tell. As I mentioned before, it's the feeling that you leave behind, how you inspire people. It's completely relevant in any industry that you're in. Perfect example. I think Nike and Apple are some of the best storytellers that are out there. Put Nike as an example. There is a reason that you go out and buy a $200 or more pair of basketball shoes versus a $30 pair of Payless or Walmart shoes. But why? Because the individual thinks that it's going to help them. It's going to help them jump faster. It's going to help them make that basket. At the end of the day, will it? Maybe a little bit, because their confidence might get boosted a bit because they have those shoes, but it's not going to give them the skill sets that they need. However, they're led to believe that. They're giving them that promise that they are going to be that amazing basketball player that they want to be. For all my wine enthusiasts, Rydell glasses, they do a phenomenal job of making you believe that that spectacular wine that you have in your wine cellar, it's going to taste that much better out of that $50 wine glass versus a $10 or $15 glass that you buy somewhere else. How true is that? How much better is it going to taste? That's up for debate. But again, the point is that they lead people to believe that that is true. And people save money, or sometimes just will hold off on drinking certain wines until they can get their hands on those glasses. So for us, think back and remember past social gatherings. I know it might be a while now, but think back. There's always that one person in that gathering. You might be that person that immediately always captivates the crowd with your charisma, hooks everyone. They're always telling a story. They always take you back in time with them. They transport you to that moment that they're talking about. They make you feel what they're feeling, whether it's happiness, if they felt sad, if they were in suspense, you feel the same thing, you're hooked, and you do not want to leave their side because you want to hear the end of it and how it plays out. Think if you've seen this person again in another gathering. They're probably going to have a crowd around them again. And if you hear them, more than likely, you're going to end up hearing the same story again. And that is because these people perfect the way that they narrate this. They perfect it so well that they leave that long-lasting impression that you'll catch yourself talking about them days after that particular gathering. So how do we become this person? How do we stand out from a crowd of 50,000 plus agents? Because that is all our competition. See that crowd right over to your left? Those are all your agents. If you're in there, how do you stand out? How do you leave that lasting impression? If you're telling yourself, oh no, now I have to come up with something else on top of everything else that we have to do as agents, you really don't. It's really not that hard. You normally are doing this day in and day out. Every single day of your life, you're telling a story and you're hearing one. We just have to be very conscious of it as to perfect our craft. You are telling stories on the phone to your friends, your family, your clients, in meetings, now in Zoom meetings, whether they're casual or professional, social media, your posts, videos, YouTube, stories. The Instagram stories are called stories for a reason. They give you the capability of doing little 15-second snippets of your life, putting a very quick message out to the world, leaving a feeling, getting your message across. Once we realize that we're doing this day in and day out, we're more cognitive of everything we're doing, and it makes us better, and we're more mindful of everything that we're saying. Because another thing that they don't mention is that once you are licensed, especially if you're doing this full time, you also sort of become a public figure, because all your profiles are public, right? They're not private. You're not going to be a secret agent. Therefore, everyone is seeing everyone is seeing what you're posting. You're getting followers every single day. So without you realizing it, every time you post something, whether it's a little 15-second story or a minute video or an IGTV, now that you can do a longer video, you are leaving a long-lasting impression. You are promoting yourself. You're creating a feeling. And you have to be very careful nowadays, especially when things can go viral. So when you are telling a story, and this can relate to when you are trying to get a client, a listing presentation, working with buyers, or even in your everyday life, always give them what they want to hear. Don't just give them facts. Depending on the person, you might want to give a little bit. The facts can be boring. Give them a feeling that they will always remember. Make an emotional connection with them. Make it irresistible, memorable, and believable. A true story. You always have to use a true story from your life, because people will know when you're lying. The beauty of perfecting is that when you are telling a story, especially one that you can get them to relate to, the listener can put themselves into the story, they become that character, that person, and they stop being a third-party observer. Believe it or not, when you're narrating this to your listener, your brains actually synchronize. So you are getting them to think and feel the way that you want to. And it's very powerful, because this will help you get the end result that you're looking for. So the main components of what you always have to remember that encompasses a good story. It always offers a promise. It builds credibility, creates a feeling, and it always has a conflict and resolution. When I mention it offers a promise, in our world, a lot of times it's the lifestyle. Nobody does this more beautifully than builders. They have mastered this art down to a T. Just go to any new construction, look at any of their ads, their videos. Not two builders will be alike, because they know exactly their target audience and they cater to them and they draw them in. For us, it's important to know who our target audience is, the area that we're farming, whether it's a neighborhood, or a lot of times we do farm a lifestyle. The luxury agent, the agent that focuses just on the beach lifestyle, the one that focuses on high rises and the city lifestyle. So depending on that, depends on the message you're portraying and the promise that you're giving. Also, remember, we are businesses. And as a business, you need to always offer a promise. You're probably thinking, how am I going to do that? What does this mean? So in the office, at the beginning of the year, I always have everyone do their business plans. I actually got the business plan that I do from Joanna, which you'll see her talk tomorrow. So in this business plan, part of it is writing your mission statement, because every single business out there has a mission statement, what they stand for, what they want to portray. So do the same thing. Either write it down now, think on it, but eventually write down what it is that you stand for. And then always remember, every time that you're putting something out there, whether you're talking to somebody, posting on social media, make sure that it's portraying the message that you want to get, what you stand for. As I mentioned before, every single day of our lives, when we're walking, talking marketing machines, we're constantly promoting ourselves. Second one is create a feeling. To me, this is the most powerful and the most important, because this is really what people remember. Emotions are everything, and the emotions that are stirred inside of us. It really is what makes us feel alive at the end of the day. One brand that always pops in my head, as I mentioned before, Nike and Apple are the best for me in telling stories, and they really have do a great job with their marketing. Remember when Apple first launched their iPhone with the FaceTime feature? Don't know if everyone remembers that commercial. It was the family with the husband overseas. I believe it was in the Army. The wife here, I believe it was the newborn, and they were FaceTiming, and they added music and, you know, the works. But it gave you that amazing feeling because you see that they're never, even though they're so far apart, they're always going to be together, and it's just a phone call away. We need to create that same feeling. Afterwards, everybody wanted that phone because it offered them the promise that you were never going to miss out on anything in life because you were a video call away. We need to do the same thing. So every time you're narrating, you always have to, I think I missed one. You always have to focus on credibility, that the story is building you up. It starts with you. You need to believe what you are conveying and use a hook to really draw your audience in. Don't teach something new. Stories agree with what clients already know. Remember how I mentioned when you are narrating, you're bringing them into your story. You want them to become that character that you're mentioning. So for example, if you are in a listing presentation and you're explaining to them how you are going to sell their home, you're going over your presentation, great, but then you also want to involve your past clients. Give them stories of how you helped them, of how you interacted with them. That way they can see themselves through also your past clients' eyes and start seeing you as their solution. And conflict and resolution. This honestly is the easiest one for all of us. Why? I don't think we have maybe one deal here and there, but usually there's bumps along the roads in our deals. We always have some sort of issue that we need to overcome. And then depending on the issue, we need to go in our drawer, put on our specific hat for that scenario, and try to fix it to make the deal happen. One great example would be if you're visiting, let's say, a for sale by owner. We all love those, right? Yeah. What do most agents do? They go in, they tour the property, then they sit them down, they go over their listing presentation, they start bombarding them with facts. Well, sir, remember, your house is going to sell 10 to 15% higher with an agent. It's going to sell 10 times faster with an agent. Everything could be true, but you're going to lose them eventually. Plus, you're going to sound like every other agent. What's going to set you apart? Use a story, use a past experience, and to draw them in so they can relate to one of your past clients, especially if you've had experience with a for sale by owner. Mention to them how you helped somebody that was exactly in their shoes. That way they don't feel alone and they feel like you're empathizing with them. Mention how you understand where they're coming from. You probably didn't get it right away, but eventually you did list their house, mention the process, the interaction you had with the clients, and then also the outcome and the happy ending. That's what they want to hear. That's really what they're going to remember. You want to stand out and not sound exactly like everybody else. Very important, don't get caught up in the I when you're telling your story. Focus on the you, on the we. As agents, and I think we all know this, we can talk your ear off. We have a million stories and we always want to share them in a very short amount of time. However, if you really listen to yourself or sometimes listen to others, it's a lot of me. I did this, I accomplished this, I got this done. Great. But again, where's the we? You need to draw people in. One great example, and I'm going to use this because I know there's probably a lot of brokers and team leaders on the call. Recruiting. You have a brand new agent in front of you in your office. Your end goal is, of course, having them sign up with your office. What do most do? They come in, they show them the office, they give them a tour, you sit down. Sometimes they'll ask you your goals. You go over them. And then the spiel begins. You explain all the features, all the resources available, the different programs, the support that they're going to have, the split. Great. You can have the most amazing office in the world. However, if that's all you do, you're going to sound just like all the other ones, and everyone's going to blend in at the end of the day. How do you differentiate yourself? Use a real life example. New agent, tell them about John Doe that started a year ago and now it's a multi-million-dollar agent. What they did, how they used the resources and the support your office provides in order to get to where they want to be. That way, this new agent immediately envisions themselves as the successful rookie within a year, and they see you as the office that they want to sign up with. Same thing if it's somebody transferring from another office. Use a real life example of another one of your agents that increased their numbers, built up their confidence, doubled their numbers by joining your office. At the end of the day, people want to feel that they're being acknowledged, heard, and understood. You have to touch them in this way, and that's really what leaves a long-lasting impression. Personalities also have a lot to do with it, and you'll learn a little bit about that in the next presentation, and hopefully you can incorporate both whenever you're talking to anybody. Okay, so what to always remember whenever you're narrating. Draw attention to your brand and listings in a way that you know you're going to leave people wanting more. Think about your target audience, create a story that inspires or entertains them, one that's going to draw them in. Focus on the most important things and the stories around those, and always think people as human beings. Think about how your marketing is going to serve their interests. Again, the you, not the I. So things to always remember to use this, always have several stories in your back pocket. We have several. Have a couple that you can use when you're going to listing presentations, when you're working with buyers to overcome objections for sale by owners. Once you are aware that you're always narrating, you're going to just become that much better, and it's going to come natural to you. So hopefully this will all help you eventually go off and then create your own stories.
That was amazing. Thank you so much, Catherine. Great job.
Welcome. Any questions?
Does anybody have any questions? Well, we really enjoyed that, and I think you did a great job, and it's so true. We have to tell our story every day that we're in this industry, right?
And I actually forgot to mention, you and Megan do a phenomenal job doing that. I was actually going to mention that one of the slides, if you guys ever check out their social medias, they do a great job doing videos and highlighting the different neighborhoods of the cities that they farm, and they really show the lifestyle. And I mean, you were on a bicycle, Megan was in rollerblades, and it shows how laid back it is.
Activities, right? So want to see what I do every day? Just go to the Instagram. Okay, thank you so much. Up next, we are going to be talking about personalities. We have Ashley Silva, who is also one of our amazing board members, and she's going to be discussing the 4 communication styles of the DISC assessment. I know a lot of us have taken that assessment, or we've either hired people or brought people on our team. I've done it myself. I think it's really amazing. And Ashley is going to be just really giving us all the details in the DISC assessment. So Ashley, thank you so much for joining us. And I'm really excited to hear this presentation.
Thank you, Bethany. Yes, I'm excited. I was really looking forward to doing this in person. It would have been my first one, but hopefully next year.
Definitely.
For now, we'll just have to roll with the punches, right? Okay, let me share here. 1 second. Okay. So I really think Catherine's was a great presentation to do before this one, because how are you going to tell your story by, you have to know how to communicate, right? So this one, what we're doing is communication styles. So the DISC profile, before I get into that, I'm going to give a little bit of quick facts about me. I was born in New York, and I've been living in Florida since I was 10 years old. And I consider myself a Floridian. I'm sorry, I'm out of breath. I consider myself a Floridian. I would not move back to New York. I would actually, I feel like it's really cold over there, so I really enjoy living in Florida. I graduated from UCF with a bachelor's in psychology. I'm a realtor with Coldwell Banker, and I have been plant-based since July of last year. So hopefully I can keep that up. And I am a soon-to-be mommy. I will be hopefully a mommy in the next 7 weeks or less. So that's my reason for being out of breath. So the single biggest problem in communication is the illusion that it has taken place. So a lot of times in real estate, we are communicating constantly with co-brokers, with our clients, with people in our office. And there's a lot of miscommunication that happens, and that happens because the other person doesn't understand what we're saying, or maybe the way we're communicating isn't the way that it's being interpreted. So a perfect example of this is my words came out fine. They were processed incorrectly by your brain. So we might think that we're saying something, and we don't understand, like, why didn't they get what I was saying? Or clearly I said this, but they took it a completely different way, which happens a lot. And it can be detrimental to closing our deals, to the relationships that we have with clients. So it's really important to pay attention to all of that. And all of this is important because people work with who they know, like, and trust. You have to build rapport with clients. I mean, we all know that. It's especially important because we get deals from this in the future, referrals, leads, and it's important to build that network because in the long run, a lot of us look towards our sphere of influence, right? So I have a quick example. I don't know if you guys watch Selling Sunset on Netflix. Season 3 actually comes out this Friday. But on the show, it's a real estate show out of California. On the show, there is a buyer who has a budget of $5 million. And she is interviewing 2 agents from the same office. And in this office, she interviews them both at the same time. She has $5 million. One of the agents has been in the business for 10 plus years. So she thinks, all right, I have it. This buyer's gonna choose me. And then she's going against a newer agent. But this $5 million buyer is very down to earth. She loves her dog. She's a dog walker, part-time. And the first agent that's been in the business for a long time, she wants to show her this high-class life, and they go out to drink, and she's not really communicating with her at her level. But the newer agent understands her, and she buys her dog treats, and she takes her out to the park, and they walk and have an intimate conversation. So this $5 million buyer ends up choosing the realtor that mostly meets with her at her level. So Imagine losing a $5 million buyer because you don't know how to communicate. A little bit about DISC and how this all started. DISC was created in 1928 by Dr. William Moulton Marston. He was a psychologist out of Harvard, and he developed this basically to create, like, he wanted people to understand how they interact in groups based off of their emotions. And he also created the lie detector and the first dominant female in comic world, which was Wonder Woman. So he wanted people to understand their own behaviors, and in turn, like, he wanted them to understand others and communicate also. Ooh, okay. So the model has evolved for 90 years. It's always updated by psychologists, and the last time it was updated was in 2007. And he uses this to help businesses and managers and figure out sales force, team members, and leaders. So the four dominants, or the four styles, are dominant, influence, steadiness, and conscientiousness. And I'm gonna go over these in the presentation. Okay, so D is dominance, I is influence, S is steadiness, and C is conscientiousness. So when I took this, I had to do, I did 2 tests. One was with Tony Robbins, and the other one was with, one second, please.
All right, so let's, if you can put up your presentation again. By the way, so there's a couple of YPNers that are currently pregnant. I personally don't have to suffer or go through the process of carrying a nice little baby. So right now we've got Ashley, we're gonna give her a little bit of a break. But if there's any way that we can put up the DISC presentation, we might be able to back you up a tad bit. And you take your time, take a breath. We can also take a quick little pause and go into a different conversation. I see that Alfredo has a question. Is the DISC available online for everyone? So I can honestly say that the DISC is definitely available for every single one of you. You can certainly take it online for free. Tony Robbins does have an incredible site. I believe he's made a change to his website. It used to be free for you to take the entire assessment. Now they're giving you a smaller portion, but you can still get it for free. So what I can do is I can try to find the link and send that over to you.
We have another question, Peter. What is your DISC? George.
What is my DISC? So I don't know if you guys can tell, but I am a high ISC with a dominant D that kicks in when when it needs to. But for the most part, I am a people pleaser. I want to make sure that I'm influencing people to do the right thing. So that's where my I comes in.
That's awesome.
Okay, I'm so sorry. That's never happened to me before in person.
And by the way, Ashley is almost due. So she's feeling it.
Right now, guys. I mean, that's a possibility.
No, please. Okay, I needed to cook more. Okay, sorry. I really don't know what happened to me. Okay, so I took 2 personality tests, one with discprofile.com and then another one with Tony Robbins. So with Tony Robbins, that was a free one. And then disprofiles.com, that was a paid one. And that's mostly the ones that company used to hire their clients. So actually, when I started with Coldwell Banker, they had me take a personality test in the very beginning to see what kind of realtor I would be and if I was a good fit for the office. I don't remember what I got at that time, but if you look at these two charts or two graphs here, my shade is mostly I, but I also have a little bit of D, a little bit of S, and the least amount that I have is C. And then on this side, you'll see that like sometimes the dot, based on where the dot is, that's where you're more inclined to be. So if the dot was closer to the edge of the circle, then you are a high I or D, S or C. And then if you're closer to the middle, then you are a lower inclination of that. So all of these words outside of here, the 8 words, are your priorities. But these were created to explain like what you look most for when you're working with people or in your work environment. So anybody can have 3 to 5 different priorities, and mine are action, enthusiasm, and collaboration. If you take the Tony Robbins exam, this is one of the charts that they're going to give you. Like I said, that one is free, so they're not going to give you as many pages as the other one. The other report gives 23 pages. This one gives a little bit less, but you're able to pay for more if you'd like more information. And what I like about this one is that it'll show you, like, if you're a high I or whatever your DISC profile is, it's going to be closer to what these words are, and then the low inclination is going to be these. So for example, for myself, I'm in the middle of an I, so mine would be more sociable, poised, charming. And then, like I said, I'll go into each of them later, but really quickly, a high D, a D, really what it measures is how you problem solve. So if you're a high D, you're going to be demanding, you're going to be driving and forceful. And if you're more agreeable to certain things, then that's a sign of being a lower D. A higher I, it tends to be more emotional, persuasive, and then a low I is withdrawn and aloof. With a high S, they're really patient, they're predictable, they love routine, and a lower S will be more spontaneous because that's not really, part of their personality. A high C is very cautious, they're perfectionists. They can also be very systematic, but I can't think of the word right now, but a lower C is going to be more rebellious and careless. Oh, skeptics. C's are very skeptical. So with people reading principles, it's really important to be able to know how to observe everybody's personality style or the way that they communicate, especially now with COVID that we're seeing people less. It's important to be able to pay attention to tone of voice, to body language if you're speaking with them through Zoom. Like, are people speaking fast? Are they emotional? Are they being expressive, or are they speaking in a low voice? Are they calm, or are they not? Are they not understanding what you're saying, or do they seem like they're far off? So things like that are really important. I used to judge people based off a handshake. So if I shook somebody's hand and they gave me a strong, firm handshake, then I felt like I could read them. And then if they gave me a really weak handshake, I felt like I knew the kind of person I was dealing with. But it's little things like that. It doesn't just have to be a handshake. It can be eye contact, and just being able to observe their behavior so that you know what's going on. So in real estate, nothing is perfect. I feel like every single transaction is different, but we always try to find that perfect match. I mean, sometimes it doesn't work out with certain clients. Maybe we didn't meet eye to eye, but I feel like that could happen less if we know how to communicate with them. So why is this really important in real estate? So this will allow agents to understand their own natural selling style, create open lines of communication with your clients, but also with people in your office, with your OAs, with your broker, so that eventually we can get to a close, because that's really what we want to do as agents. And building that rapport with your clients is going to help you motivate and influence them. Maybe they need that extra push, and knowing how to talk to them will help you do that. Because also, you're not going to speak to an I client the same way that you would speak to a C client, because a C client, they do not care about the fluff. They don't care about your personal life, really. But the I clients will, like, they'll want to have that emotional connection with you, and they'll want to have those good vibes. So it's really important to understand that, so that you're not turning them off. Alrighty, so I'm gonna go over how to work with each individual personality style. And remember that these are mostly the higher inclinations, because like I said, we can all be a mixture of all four of them. So with high Ds, your high Ds, as soon as you meet them, you're going to know when you're walking into a listing appointment, you're going to know what, like, if that person is a high D or not, especially when you speak to them over the phone as well. So they are direct, they're decisive, they're very efficient and bold, and sometimes they might even be cutthroat. They want to work with an agent who's going to work as quickly as possible. They want to know that they're going to get results and how you are going to give them those results. One thing about these is that they do want you to be available immediately. Especially if you're working, so let's say you're working with a high D that's a buyer. So they'll be the ones to call you and say, hey, this house just came on the market. I really want to see it. Let's go see it in 20 minutes. I go, come on, let's go do it. So yes, they're saying that, but they're going to respect you more if you set boundaries with them in the very beginning. So when you're meeting with them, let them know, like, okay, look, this is my schedule. This is when we can meet. This is how we're going to go look at homes and put offers in. So they have to know that you have boundaries, and they'll respect you for that. So don't get overwhelmed, and don't think that you have to rush to go open the door for them, because that's not essentially what they want. And also with a listing appointment, the most important thing with Ds is that you have to let them feel that they are in control. So let them say yes to you. Let them feel like they have the power. When you're coming up with comps, briefly go over comps with them, but because of their communication style and how they are, they're already gonna know what's available on the market. They already have a number in mind, and you just have to let them hear themselves say yes. So you could be like, okay, so this is the price you want, right? Yes, fantastic. So let's put your home on the market starting on Monday. Correct? Yes. So let them just get used to saying yes to you. That way, that goes into this part. That way they feel like they have some control also, because at the end of the day, they are dominant. So also always remember to be a problem solver with these, and focus on solutions rather than anything else. So always have a backup plan. All right, when you're working with an I client, high Is, they're gonna be very outgoing, expressive. When you walk into a listing appointment with them, these are the ones that you wanna find some type of common ground with, to be able to have a story with them. To, like, if they have a picture of their trip to Spain and you've been to Spain before, you can connect with them on that level. So things like that. And I don't know if sometimes you have, well, we should all have time limits on listing appointments or buyer consultations. So if you go in expecting to be there 45 minutes at the most, and then it ends up being an hour and a half, it's mostly because they're talking a lot, or they want to build that connection with you, because like I said, things are emotional with them. So these will be the sellers that really take into account like the memories they've built in their home more than their renovations. And they're gonna think the home is worth more than what it is, because for those reasons, for the emotional reasons. So high Is, they don't like too many details. They're not concerned with the facts. They do not like boring activities, and they're not perfectionists which can be a good thing or it can be a bad thing as well. So this agent should be friendly, outgoing, and creative. High I's do not like being interrupted. They want time to be able to speak. They want to be listened to. So definitely allow them to talk, allow them to say whatever it is they feel like they need to say to be able to build that rapport with you, but also know when to reel them back in or how to reel them back in. Another thing that I feel like with I's, like if you're an extremely creative agent and you want to highlight their home on YouTube and you have this whole master marketing plan, I feel like I's are the ones that are going to be the most excited for you to do this with. And they might actually even want to help or help you coordinate it. So if you have a great genius marketing plan, they are the ones to share it with. Okay, so when you're working with an S client, so high S's, these are steadiness, you're gonna know because they're gonna be the more introverted ones and very reserved. So I feel like with myself, this would be in the range where I'm more of an S, where I can be reserved because I don't feel like I'm an outgoing as an I, as a high I says it is, or it should be. But besides that, high S's, they're very supportive, they're patient, they're even-tempered, they're tactful, but they can also be very anxious because they do not like confrontation, they don't like the unknown, and they don't like change. So they want an agent who is detailed to be able to tell them every single step of what's going on in a transaction. They want to know, they want to be copied on emails, but it's mostly for their comfort, not because they're being nosy or they're trying to be intrusive to what you're doing or they don't trust you. So with S clients, it's really important for these, especially these buyers, to have buyer consultations with them. That way you can be very upfront from the beginning. Okay, these are the fees that you're gonna have to pay. This is an inspection that you're gonna have to pay for, and the appraisal costs this much, or here are the estimates. So that way there's no surprises and they can't ever be like, well, you didn't tell me this. I don't wanna go forward because I didn't know I couldn't get credits for an as-is contract, things like that. And if you're working with an S client, you should be detailed, respectful of their time, and patient. A thing with an S, like yes, they want to know everything, but relationships are still important to them. So they do want you to be personable, but also be precise and don't waste their time. Do take time explaining so that they're clear on what to expect. And at the end of the day, just be polite. They don't like aggressive people. They're calm, cool, and collected. And then finally, working with a C client, this is your conscientiousness. So high C's, they're very analytical. They're reserved and they're precise, and they might be the easiest client to work with because they don't care about the stories or they don't care about the memories in the home. They really just look at the numbers. So they're really concerned with the comps in the area, and with them, especially if you're going to do a listing appointment with them, make sure you know the comps like the back of your hand because they already know it. So if anything, they're going to be quizzing you. All they want is enough data to make an informed choice. So if you use trend graphics, but you don't bring them to all the charts, to all of your listing appointments, these clients are the ones that you're going to want to bring them with because they're going to be impressed by that. They want to see that. They do not like being charmed. They don't like small talk, and they don't like or want to hear your personal life details. So with a high C, an agent should be prepared, well-informed, and ready to give analytics. So like I said, when you communicate with them, you focus on the facts and details. Don't get emotional or use emotional language. And earlier I mentioned that they're skeptical. They are, and that's why you have to come with the facts and bring back up. It's not because they don't trust you, that's just in their nature. Okay, so here are the places where you can take DISC. As I mentioned, I took two. I took the free one on Tony Robbins, and I took the paid one on discprofile.com, and that one is the one that is given out to businesses mostly. The assessment can take up to 30 minutes. You have to be quick with it. So whatever choice you get, like whichever one you think is most like you, that's the first one you should go with, even though sometimes it might be hard. You do get the report right away, and don't forget that even though you come out strongly as one, so for example, mine is an I can be a mixture, and all of us are a mixture of all 4 of them. So always keep that in mind. So the most important thing in communication is to hear what isn't being said. And that is all for me.
Ashley, thank you so much. Major props to you and all the moms that go through this process of carrying a little human inside of you.
I don't want to blame it on my baby.
It's unfortunate that we don't get to see each other. It's sad that we can't, embrace and give our Miami hugs with COVID, but we are so proud of you, and you're almost there. So congratulations. So now I'm going to go ahead and pass it back to Mark.
Thank you, Ashley. Phenomenal. We can't thank you enough. You deserve a break this afternoon. You really, really do. You are a trooper. And we're all excited for you and can't wait to see the first baby pictures. And Bethany and Leslie and Catherine, everybody, you guys just really, really rocked it. Can't thank you enough. And because we're running a little early, we thought it would be great if everybody takes another we'll take a 5-minute cafecito break. So we'll see you back here at 2 o'clock, and Inez is on deck next. So we'll see you soon, guys.
Hi, Mike. Thank you for being on.
Hi. How's my sound? I got a microphone. Does that sound okay?
Yes, it does.
Okay, good.
Perfect. Hi, Mike.
Hi.
Hi, Inez.
Hello, hello, Letty.
I miss you.
I know.
We're going to have to do something soon.
So we have 55 minutes, correct?
Correct.
Okay. That's plenty of time. I do have, so we have people here, so I might do a little Q&A time at the end. It'll be fun to deliver this over Zoom.
Okay, I'll keep an eye on the chat, and at the end I can let you know if we have any questions.
Okay, great, terrific.
Okay.
All right. Are we ready to go again?
There he is.
Hey, hi Inez.
Hello.
The Miamiism queen. Thank you so much for being here and getting us going for the next one. So we'll let you handle the intros. This is your baby. No more baby talk today though, sorry.
Okay, so one of the exciting things, and hi everyone, thank you so much for joining us today. One of our super, super exciting things about having District 4 online, I mean, obviously we wish we could be hugging each other and doing all the fun things, is that we get people here like Mike Simonse all the way from San Francisco, who I absolutely adore. So let me introduce him to you. Mike and I have been friends for quite a number of years. I don't want to age myself, but a long time. He is the CEO of Altos Research, aka Altos.re. Altos is the market data company for realtors that I personally have been using for years, and it's one of my favorite tools ever. Now, Mike is quoted on major media publications on a regular basis. I personally have seen an amazing transformation with Mike in the last few years, not only in business, but just psychologically. And it's such a cool thing to see. So much so that you gravitate to his energy because he really has done something so amazing. I think with all the negativity and the quarantining and the stay-at-home orders and all this stuff, I think his presentation is especially important to us today because it brings this really positive vibe, something we really, really need in today's landscape, especially with all the mental issues are coming upon us. So with no further ado, I want to introduce you Mike Simonse in person, sort of, kind of, and take it on, Mike.
All right. Thank you. Well, yes, this is going to be fascinating. I usually do this talk in person, but we're going to do it this way today. So as Inez mentioned, my company is Altos Research. We do market data for realtors. So we end up doing a lot of communication in this kind of community a lot. Most of the time I'm talking about market data and how to use market data in your business. And actually right now, that's a really important thing. The market is doing unbelievably amazing thing. Like, who would have guessed that home prices would be up? And I had no idea, but what we do at Altos is we measure really quickly and we publish all our data every week and so we've been watching that process and just mind-boggling. So if you want to talk about market data, happy to do that too, and how that impacts your business. But today, the talk here today that we're going to focus on is called Hacking Happiness. And really, I am going to teach you how to unlock a superpower. And it's one we all have inside us, but many of us have lost. My story begins 14 years ago when I started my company, and it was with joy and confidence and inspiration. I was in this world where I'm creating software and analytics that never existed before. I launch into the real estate market. I know nothing about real estate at the time, but I launch it with total confidence and start a company. And it's like, that feeling when everything is just working like that. Man, we're good. Like you can tackle anything. We are not held back by any fears. That feeling is it's just awesome. And was in my journey, the fascinating thing is you fast forward to the fall of 2017, and I have completely lost that feeling. It's 2017. I am profoundly uninspired. My company's like in crisis. We're out of cash. I've got to cut my salary to zero. And when I tell this story and I do this talk with realtors, you might be like familiar with this condition. We go through these states where we're successful, but then all of a sudden we're like, what am I even doing? And we go through these cycles. Like, it's a pretty universal cycle. Well, for me, it's 2017, and I desperately need to regain that feeling. So Hacking Happiness is how I regained that feeling. It's how you can too. And it's why that feeling is a superpower. And ultimately, it's how we are purposeful with our body chemistry, our internal chemistry, to create the emotional conditions that result in all success. My story, this is a chart of my company's profit for the last 8 years. You might notice a change after the fall of 2017. The funny thing is, I didn't set out to increase my profits. I only set out to fix my happiness, to work inside myself. We didn't change our team. I didn't change our product. I only fixed inside myself. And then the things like the profit are the magical things that result from the superpower. And it's not just profit either. It's relationships, it is opportunities, it's fun, it's all of these things, all the things that we think about being successful result from being in the superpower state. 2020 has obviously been a crazy challenging year for many people. But being in the superpower state creates a resilience that is going to leading to wonderful things for us, for my company, for me personally, again this year. And so I'm going to talk today about how we spend time to create that emotional state, to be purposeful with our internal chemistry, and then how that actually turns into things like profit. For me, the hacking began when I first recognized the power of this. This is the serotonin molecule. Serotonin is a neurotransmitter. It's the anchor chemical of our happiness. So serotonin is the feeling of joy, of confidence, of inspiration. Serotonin is self-actualization, that Maslow's highest form of human achievement. When we are feeling that joy, that confidence, our serotonin is high. When our serotonin is high, we are feeling that feeling. It's actually not just serotonin. There are 4 neurotransmitters that I came to care about. Each of these hormones, each of these chemicals in our bodies, as they rise and fall, create distinct emotional states. So these 4 are the biology of our emotions. You can think about what's happening. We feel the emotions and our biology reacts. So serotonin is the happy chemical. When it's up, we're happy. When it's down, we're sad. When it's low, we're sad. It's why I call it the anchor chemical of this conversation. Oxytocin, the yellow one here, oxytocin is the love chemical. So when I tell you, I love you, I am feeling oxytocin. Oxytocin is, it's like social bonding. It's childbirth. It's a good hug, like a good hug. Like that's the love of oxytocin. That social bonding is, you know, in the friend group, the tribe. It's why it feels so good to be together, because we get oxytocin from the amazing people around us. Here's what's fascinating. The science shows that when we're high in oxytocin, it's not just about love, but it actually increases our abilities in creative problem solving. So we like solve problems faster. It boosts our immune system, so we're healthier. So being high in oxytocin literally increases our tolerance for physical pain. So oxytocin is the one that surges when women are pregnant. And what's the most painful thing you can do is delivering babies. That's one of the functions of oxytocin is boosting our tolerance for physical pain. And so you can see why it's part of the superpower. Like we're literally physically stronger and smarter people when we're high in oxytocin. So what's fascinating, even though oxytocin is objectively good for our performance at work and our health, expressing love can feel super awkward, especially in a work environment. So the oxytocin makes us powerful, but our society prevents us from expressing love, which generates oxytocin. So what we have to remember is that love is not sex. Love is, think about it this way, love is the intentional willing of well-being onto another person. Like, I want you to be awesome. I love you. You can love total strangers. So think about that, like, I love you. Yeah, because as we go through this, I'm going to ask you to practice it later on so we can build our oxytocin together. Normally, I have a nice crowd in front of me, and we can really feel it. So we're going to do some Zoom oxytocin together later. That's going to be a little fun. We're going to give it an experiment. Dopamine is different. The blue one here, dopamine, is the reward chemical. Dopamine is why we want to win. Dopamine's the high five. It's the score. It's when you close the deal, and you know how awesome that feels? That's dopamine. And dopamine is a powerful driver of human behavior. It's addictive. So it's why we like to sell. It's why we like to close deals, but it's also why we open social media a million times a day, why we pick up the phone. That's the addictive nature of dopamine. We need a little more dopamine. We need to feel like we're doing work, so we pick up the phone and we look at the email. That's dopamine. We're chasing dopamine. Dopamine is conditional. You did good. You did a good job. You closed the deal. Where oxytocin is unconditional. I love you. Cortisol, the red one here, is the villain in our story. Cortisol is the expression of stress. It's anger and fear. So you've heard fight or flight, the fight or flight mechanism. That's cortisol. Cortisol tenses our muscles. It slows our digestion. It forces impulsive decisions. And think about that. When we're angry and we jump to conclusions, that's the cortisol. Where oxytocin helps us solve problems more creatively, cortisol makes us more impulsive. Cortisol stores body fat. Our bodies surge cortisol in an attempt to handle the crisis. And biologically, the crisis used to be running from a lion, right? So like, I don't need to be creative. I need to run. But now our crisis is emotional. It's personal. It's not running. They work in concert too. So, for a few minutes while I'm here talking and doing they're all firing for me. My cortisol is actually up to help me perform. My memory is sharper. My muscles are being mined for maximum energy. But constant crisis wears us down. Right? Prolonged cortisol exposure actually decreases our abilities to remember and think. It's catabolic, so it destroys our muscles and it makes us fat. It actually exposes us to disease. And you know how we're all familiar with how when we are in stressed mode, we are more likely to get sick. It's cortisol. But how about this mix, the one in the middle? Do you know anybody, I know you do, who is successful but kind of miserable? The fact is, we think we are achieving success and happiness, but most of our time, we are focused on dopamine. I mean, in real estate, we see this all the time. Right? There's like goal setter, we're going, we're hit, but kind of miserable. Like that combination is a dopamine cortisol cycle. It happens to all of us. And so, if you're a goal setter, you're focused on your dopamine. What happens is our achievement grows hollow and uninspiring without the love and purposefulness of serotonin and oxytocin. So we get stuck in this dopamine cortisol cycle. And what's fascinating is it's not just us. Our teams break down when we're here. That people grow tired and error prone. We think we're driving aggressively to the sales goals, to the BHAG, all of the aggressive targets, but we grow weary, especially when, for example, we miss a goal. Now our dopamine crashes, and all we're left with is the cortisol. I was here for years in this middle one, and I didn't know it. It's the path to self-destruction. You can chase that. You can make money focusing on your dopamine. But if you're not careful, boom, you're here on the right. Now your dopamine drops. And in our modern world, our cortisol is elevated all the time. It's traffic, it's the looming deadlines, it's the TV news, it's the phone buzzing. Like all of these normal things trigger cortisol. And we're literally destroying our minds and our bodies with elevated cortisol. It creates a downward spiral of worse performance. The good news is we can interrupt the spiral through hacks. Really, when I say hacks, it's purposeful actions that we can take to create joy, bliss, inner peace. And that's this state here. This is that superpower. This is serotonin, oxytocin, and dopamine up, cortisol down. This is that feeling I had when I launched into my company. This is when we are in our optimal, powerful, charismatic state. This is where we are. So when I'm in this state, I feel good. When I feel good, I am more likely to pick up the phone and make more phone calls. Like, oh, I'll call that customer today. Oh, I'll make another, call to a prospect. Then when I'm on the phone, I'm more charismatic. I care. Like I'm high. If I'm high in oxytocin, I am caring about you. So now I'm more charismatic. I solve problems faster and more clearly, right? My oxytocin is high. So all of a sudden, success starts to happen. It just happens. And we know that, you know the rules in our business about, well, you got to make more phone calls. And by making the calls, you're connecting more people and you create the opportunity for success. The key is that when I am in this superpower state, these things just happen. And it feels magical because all of a sudden things like, a big deal falls in your lap and all of a sudden the profit happens. And it's, I just made one more phone call and I just happen to be a fraction faster in solving the problem. Therefore, my client has more confidence in me. Therefore, they opt to do the deal with me and therefore I make more money. So think for a second about the most magnetic, charismatic person you've ever known. Think about the coolest, most powerful, charismatic person. And then think about this state. Think about this. That person is, I guarantee you, they're caring, they're loving, they're successful, and they're not driven by anger or fear, right? Those are the magnetic people. Okay, Mike, I'm in. You say, like, how do I hack my happiness? We're going to start with serotonin. The first hack is a mindset concept I call no coming and going. And we're going to do this concept. We're going to have this mindset in order to generate serotonin. The basics are this. The brain and body have no concept of inbound versus outbound happiness. There's no receiving love distinct from giving love. There's only the level of the hormone in our body. That means to feel my serotonin, I simply have to give it to those around me. You are amazing. I love you. I give that, and my body, right now, when I'm saying it, my body is generating the serotonin to experience the emotion. The serotonin is the experience of that joy. So I give it to those around me. So our serotonin, it's like a magic gold mine where the act of digging creates more gold. The no coming and going principle is why journaling is a powerful serotonin hack. So, the mind has no ability, it has no mechanism for conceiving of happiness, even in like memories or fiction, without the corresponding serotonin. So to conceive of joy, the serotonin rises. When the serotonin rises, I'm feeling joyful. So to build our serotonin, one great way is to record our moments of joy. Record them in a journal. My favorite journaling technique is an affirmations journal. So I like to start the day with a few written sentences or paragraphs of like positive serotonin-filled affirmations. So Mike Simonse, I'm eager to give my energy to my customers and to my employees today because I love to help them succeed. Thinking about that affirmative, that affirmation, thinking about it, conceiving in my head, writing it out with pen on paper, is an act of conceiving of joy, and my body responds by generating the serotonin simply because I express it. This is also why gratitude exercises work. Gratitude, the emotion of gratitude, is serotonin. So you might notice it is virtually impossible to be grateful and anxious at the same time. when we take a moment to express gratitude, we are building our serotonin and our cortisol is dropping, and we are putting ourselves into the superpower mode. Turns out you can also hack your serotonin with your diet. You can try a supplement called 5-HTP. The T is tryptophan. It's a common amino acid. 5-HTP is a supplement. You can get it at your health food store or your Amazon. And the tryptophan, T is tryptophan. It's a common amino acid. It's the basic building block of serotonin. So it turns out that 95% of our serotonin is produced and stored in our gut, in our small intestine. So supplementing works very effective to make us feel happier, often overnight. And for me, there are times when I don't supplement with 5-HTP every day, but when I'm in a mode where I'm like, well, I'm down, and there isn't like a big trigger that like, you know, that I just down, taking a 5-HTP at night boosts the aminos in our gut. Serotonin production happens overnight, and next day I am remarkably better. So 5-HTP is an excellent way to supplement for our serotonin. Next, let's move on to our cortisol. Cortisol is bad, and meditation is the hack to lower your cortisol. Here's what happens. When the crisis hits, cortisol is for the crisis. So that fear and the anger trigger it's sort of the reptilian part of the brain, the amygdala, so the brainstem here, oldest part of the brain. It tells the adrenal gland to generate cortisol so we can, jump into action, so we can run from the lion. But of course, our modern world has us generating the cortisol all the time. So meditation is the skill that calms that modern world thinking. It interrupts the amygdala signals, so the cortisol signals fade away. And over the last 10 or 15 years, there are new techniques like the high definition MRI brain scans. They run the scans on meditators, and it confirms that all the different major forms of meditation can result in this, but like mindfulness, transcendental meditation, Buddhist loving kindness, or metta, they instantly and then persistently with practice lower our cortisol. Interestingly, Christian prayer too will also result in that in an extended 20 minutes of prayer in a loving, giving sense will create the similar effect, drops the cortisol in the body. And you emerge from that refreshed and stronger. Interestingly, of all those, the Buddhist loving kindness is the one that has the most measurable, profound impact on our brain and our biology. And it's a fascinating, it's the active practice of sending love to total strangers. Like a physical workout, you could actually start to measure the changes in our bodies after just a few weeks of a meditation practice. So you start a new physical workout, and 4 weeks later, you're feeling it yourself. 8 weeks later, other people start to notice. By 12 weeks later, you can have profound impact on yourself, on your body, your physical makeup. With meditation, similar things happen. It's a practice, it's a skill that you're developing like a physical workout. And so what happens is the adrenal gland consumes cholesterol from our diet, and it outputs things like cortisol and testosterone. The thyroid gland, similar process. And so when you bring your cortisol triggers down, for example, your testosterone rises. So because the adrenal gland is taking in cholesterol and it's outputting cortisol and testosterone, when you get rid of the cortisol, you have more room to create the healthy things like testosterone. And again, for women, thyroid, the process happens with the thyroid. It's very similar. A lot of women have the T3, T4 low, and it can be a function of elevated cortisol. So for me personally, it worked like this. So it's fall of 2017. I'm like in my crisis mode. I have a colleague who's like, have you tried meditation? And I thought about it for, decades, but finally I said, okay, I'm going to go take a class. I'm going to learn to meditate. So transcendental meditation is the one I do. So now 3 months of my meditation practice, my cortisol had fallen so far that my testosterone, which I measured every year for over a decade, was actually 25% higher than it had ever been. And this is while I'm hitting my late 40s, when normally testosterone is falling. But for men and women, higher testosterone it's the fountain of youth. Like, it's a good thing, and it's a function of my meditation. It's a function really of dropping the cortisol. So you can also hack your cortisol with your diet and supplements. There are 2 adaptogens that I like, ashwagandha root and rhodiola. And both have lots of clinical evidence supporting our body's ability to metabolize cortisol out of the system. So we take these so cortisol builds and it floats around. We take these to help us metabolize it out of the system to drop that cortisol in our days. And like my 5-HTP, I don't necessarily take them every day, although for example, ashwagandha root, you can take it every day to just get the basal level of cortisol lower, and take it for several months in a row, and you combine it with your meditation, and all of a sudden the powerful superpower things start happening. Okay, let's talk dopamine. Dopamine is goal setting. It's the victory, right? It's the top of the mountain. And when you're up here, like, yeah, the high five, that's dopamine. But when we set goals and then we miss them, you know that feeling when you miss your goal, you're like, oh, I didn't do that at all. Like, we feel like a loser. That's the downside of dopamine. You might notice this, like, for example, when your weight fluctuates. If you start working on your diet and you drop your weight, it feels awesome, right? You feel good about yourself. That's dopamine. That reward feels awesome. But then you miss a little bit, and all of a sudden the weight starts climbing and you feel lousy about yourself. That's because the dopamine is fleeting. It evaporates very quickly from our body, like it's a spike and a drop and a spike and a drop. So, because dopamine is so effective at guiding our behavior, it's like you set the goals, and one of the reasons we set goals is because it feels good to hit goals and we are successful. Right? That's dopamine. It's really good for guiding our behavior. But because it's so good, we're bombarded with dopamine triggers all the time. So the hack here is what I call a dopamine detox. What we want to do is we want to focus our dopamine boost on the right reasons and not the wrong reasons. So, for example, what's a wrong reason for dopamine? The red bubbles on your phone, those are little dopamine triggers. And the reason you pick up the phone is because it gives you a little dopamine. So turn off all notifications. Turn off all the dopamines that are not directly related to the goals that we want to set and we want to achieve. So I like, we've got like things like the Fitbit, and that's really fun. And it's really fun for a while because you're like, oh, I'm going to go get my 10,000 steps. That's a dopamine reward. But it turns out that now you're focusing your energy on the Fitbit. And that's not my goal. So boom, get rid of my instrumentation of things like the Fitbit. No red bubbles on the phone. It means to me no television ads and no internet ads. I work really hard to never watch an ad on TV and do a lot of ad blocking on the internet. And the reason is because ads are dopamine triggers. They want us to feel good about ourselves. They want us to be interested in a new product. And so the ads are like, they work because they trigger dopamine. They trigger action. They trigger human response. It also means, the dopamine detox means eliminating any like goals we're measuring in the business, or sometimes they're called KPIs, that are not actually related to performance. There's some folks who will say like, oh, I'll measure everything. But we don't measure things that aren't directly related. So I like one thing that I'm going to focus on, one thing to trigger my dopamine in the day. And it's really hard because the dopamine triggers around us. But that's how we get to focus our attention on the things that we want to achieve. You can actually supplement for your dopamine production too. L-Dopa and tyrosine are two over-the-counter supplements. I like, for example, I'll take tyrosine on high performance days. Like if I'm sitting down to write a couple thousand words in my book, dopamine contributes to clarity and motivation, right? So it's okay to supplement for it then, but we don't want to get the trigger. We got to take the phone out of the room if you need to focus, because the phone's dopamine triggers get us all the time. With your clients, you can think about this. With your clients, if you want to motivate your clients to take the next step, the next action, that's a good dopamine trigger. So you say, good job, you got it done, nice work. Next step is, those are dopamine triggers, and they motivate our clients to take the next action. If you want your clients to work with you over time, they want, Inez is awesome. I love Inez. That's serotonin and oxytocin. Okay, so let's go on to oxytocin. How do we hack our oxytocin? Unlike the other three, you can't actually easily supplement to hack your oxytocin. It's like there's a prescription you have to get in. It's like a nasal injection. Like you can't just supplement for it. The good thing, the best thing about oxytocin is, remember the no coming and going principle? That giving love is the same as receiving love. So to get the superpower of oxytocin, I merely give love out. To hack your oxytocin, the hack to practice every day is to practice giving love to total strangers. Now, when we're in a room, I have a little practice that I like to do, but we're going to try to do it a little bit here as we're going on Zoom. To practice giving love to total strangers, remember that love is the intentional willing of well-being onto another person. I was a few months ago, when I could still go to the gym, I was at the gym. I was totally unmotivated. And I'm like, oh, I gotta get out of here. And then I remember, like I teach this, so I'm sitting at the gym, and I look, and I'm like, I'm gonna go see if I can build my motivation here. I'm looking around the gym, and I'm gonna give love to that guy over there. Like, I love you. I love that you're here. I love that you're working hard. And it's funny, you practice this, you get non-verbally, right? You're looking, you're wishing well. And as you do it, you can't help but smile. And so you might think about that now. Think about somebody right now. Take a moment to wish well-being onto them. Give them love. Somebody nearby, somebody in family, somebody you don't even know. Take that moment. I love you. In a nice big room, I now get you to do it verbally. Get everybody to go, okay, I love you. It's a little hard in this environment. But I need you to promise me that you're going to go out today and like give love to total strangers. When you do it, you'll feel the oxytocin build. And remember, like all of a sudden, you're now a better problem solver, right? You ever go into like, I've got a tough client call, I got a thing I got to solve, I got a creative work I've got to do. One of the exercises that you can do is practice giving love before you get there, then and build that oxytocin, and all of a sudden the power comes. If you could look at the room, you'd see everybody smiling, but because it's a powerful technique. Here's an interesting thing. So that's what we do. That's how we hack our oxytocin personally. But I do this talk a lot with companies and with teams. So and we have a real challenge in this world where it's really hard to express love at work. But to hack our oxytocin at work, try, it's what I call the love and magic meeting, like a staff meeting, a team meeting. It works like this. So we're going to do a love and magic meeting. We start the meeting with conversations of serotonin. So conversations of joy, of gratitude, of purpose. Like, we're doing such good work. I love being around you. I'm so lucky to have this team here. I'm so lucky to have been able to work with these clients. This joy and gratitude builds our serotonin and it drops our cortisol. And, if I'm in a meeting with my team and I go around the room and I might do things like, what's the something that's brought you the most joy in the last week? And it doesn't have to be a work thing. But that conversation brings the serotonin up, brings the cortisol down. It allows us then to go tackle the hard problems. And then we close the meeting with the power of unconditional love, with oxytocin, with literally like, I love you. And when we do that, we are now giving the superpower to our entire team, to all the people in the room, to ourselves. And by expressing love, we move our teammates into that happiness state, that superpower state. And more importantly, you're moving yourself there. Like the success just flows. So try a love and magic meeting. So then the question is, how does all this translate into like actual success? Like my profit went up or the deal's getting done. So I'll tell you a story. It's 2017. I'm in the heart of my crisis. And I get a voicemail from a longtime customer. The voicemail is like, Mike, call me. I'm like, oh man, I can't, he's going to cancel. I can't do it. I can't return the call. Like I avoid him for weeks. I can't do it. Finally, I had a morning meditation, drop my cortisol. I work up my, courage to face my fear. I pick up the phone, I call him back. He goes, Mike, how do we add 100 employees to our account? How do we add 100 agents to our account? He wants to triple his business with me. And I've avoided him for weeks because when we're dominated by cortisol, we only have two reactions, fight or flight. Right? We only have, when we're in that fear mode, we are closed to the opportunities that the universe is just handing us. So it's not always positive on that call, of course, right? We've all had this. We had a good week. We have some wins, right? The dopamine is up. We close some deals. And then it's like Friday night and the phone rings with the irate customer, irate client. And then boom, the cortisol floods in, the dopamine from all week that's gone. And we live now like the whole weekend in anxiety mode, like, oh my God, what am I going to do? Like all of the wins from the week are gone and we're just living in the cortisol mode. So when we're stuck in this dopamine cortisol cycle, we think we're succeeding, but we're actually really vulnerable. And then on the other hand, now think about, through hacking happiness, you've built a powerful emotional reserve. Now the irate customer calls. They still call, the angry clients still call, but it's the serotonin in you that says, I got you, man. We'll get it worked out. So through hacking happiness, we instantly elevate our performance to like this whole new level. All of these things contribute to positive performance, but now we put the foundation of serotonin and oxytocin. Then when we put the dopamine on top, it's like rocket fuel. And then when the cortisol hits, we sometimes fall back down, but we have our powerful story. I have another story on how this turns into success. There's a colleague of mine, a friend of mine in Portland, runs a company, started a company called Ruby Receptionist. They are outsourced virtual receptionists. And that outsourced, VA job is a brutal job. It's low pay, it's thankless. And Jill, as she was building her company, was, one of the challenges is if your receptionist makes errors, you don't want them, you fire them. So they're worried about like underperforming receptionists. They're worried about errors. And Jill read some data about how happiness and error rate are inversely correlated. So the happier you are, the fewer errors you make in your work. So she set out to integrate many of these things that I've been talking about into their business, like gratitude, meditation, love. And she literally did it. She created handbooks for her business, for every receptionist to work for. They created a process for generating happiness. And over the 6 years following, the next 6 years after she did that, her business absolutely exploded. And she literally actually just sold the company tens of millions of dollars. It was an unbelievable success. And it was from a moderate until she focused on those success hacks every day with her people. It's an amazing success story. So these are the basics of hacking happiness. Remember the no coming and going mindset. There's no difference between inbound and outbound. We have to give it out to feel it. All we have to do. Understand that why that means, like why journaling and things like meditation work. Try some love and magic in your meetings. Make sure you are being focused on a dopamine detox. Only get the dopamine where you want it. But if you remember just one thing today, remember this. Remember, I love you. Okay, we have a few minutes. We can do some. We can go look at the Q&A, the chat, and see if anybody has questions. If I blew through anything too fast, happy to answer stuff. And you can also reach me if you're interested in watching a video of this talk, that hackinghappiness.io is a website. You can go get that video and forward it to folks. I am working on a book on the topic, and so there's a little sign up form if you want to be in the loop for when the book comes out. Happy to share that as well.
Mike, we have two questions. One is from Ellen, and she says, could you repeat the supplements?
Yeah, in fact, I'll type them in. So serotonin is 5-HTP. And then cortisol is ashwagandha root. I think I spelled it right. And cortisol is also, and this one's another harder, rhodiola, I think, rosea, I think is how that's spelled as well. I have to go look it up exactly. They're both, so 5-HTP I take at night, and like when I'm feeling down, I need to work on my serotonin. Ashwagandha and rhodiola I take with my little morning stack of supplements. You can take either or. Rhodiola has I can often take instead of, for example, a second cup of coffee. So coffee, one of the things coffee does is elevates our cortisol, caffeine. And it does, it's why if you're an athlete, you might notice that a lot of like the workout supplements or workout drinks have caffeine in them, because it's like, it's like about mining the muscles for maximum. But if I want to perform during the day, I can take rhodiola and I get an energy boost without the cortisol. So that's a nice one for that. And dopamine is L-dopa and tyrosine are those two. And then with oxytocin, you just got to give love to everybody. Okay. Oh yes, and the website is hackinghappiness.io. There's a video, there's a YouTube video of a version of this talk I gave. It's like a 15-minute version of this talk that I gave. And, you can drop me. Also, if you want to, chat with me, Mike at altosresearch.com is my email there. If you're interested in it says, oh, shoot, I'm typing this to all panelists. Hang on a second. I'm going to write it to all panelists and attendees. Hang on, I'm going to retype all my things in. No. I got to type them all. Okay, serotonin is 5-HTP. Cortisol is ashwagandha root. And rhodiola rosea. Okay, and then dopamine is L-dopa and tyrosine. Okay, those are the supplements that I talked about. And again, for oxytocin, you gotta give love. Then hackinghappiness.io if you want to see the video and share the video, or if you want to put your name in to be notified when the book comes out. And then Altos Research.com. And if you want your market data, go to altosresearch.com and sign up. We'll do some free consults on that. And really, that's so much going on. Most of my talks these days have been talking about how, we're using market data in this, like, holy moly, what's going on in this market? And people really need to know what's going on. So happy to share those as well. All right.
Okay, Letty, I don't see anything else in the chat. Do you? I just want to make sure we don't leave anybody behind.
No, I don't. Everyone else is just saying thank you.
Thank you on all our behalfs, Mike, and hope you guys are doing great out there on the West Coast.
Yeah, for sure.
And stay safe. And guys, we're going to keep on rolling. Here we go. Thank you.
I love you.
And Inez, huge shout out to you. Thank you for bringing this to us. And it was great. I saw a lot of great comments. So here we go. We're going to hand it back off to Mr. Peter.
Hey guys, great presentation, Mike. Thank you so much. Now I see Alfredo. So I'm just going to let you know exactly what he's talking about. So thousands of active buyers are currently using Google to start their home search every single day, right? We all know this. So learn how to drive traffic directly to yourself by leveraging the power of the Google search. Miami YPN board member and the Kai's company realtor, Alfredo Morejon, it's all yours.
Awesome. Thank you, Peter. Let me go ahead and share my screen here. Okay. Myself here. All right, guys, can everyone see and hear me? Yes.
Yep, you're good to go.
Awesome. Well, first and foremost, thanks everybody for joining us today. Also, thanks to the board. I want to thank the board for allowing me the opportunity to present. And you guys, all the ladies and Phil and everyone, Mike, you guys are a tough crowd to follow. So, all right, so let's get to it. So basically, guys, a little bit about me. Like Peter said, I'm on the board. I'm a realtor here in South Florida. And I'm a little bit of a tech head. My presentation today for you all is how to leverage Google, more specifically the search function for Google for real estate, to be able to start to get all those leads, those buyer leads that are actively searching with high intent, that are currently looking for properties on the market, and how to funnel those leads into your CRM and to basically start working them for business. Okay. A little bit about me. I am a Google Partner Specialist, not just Google, but Facebook. This is kind of my world. I do a lot of work in the real estate industry and also for small businesses around Miami. Before I really get going, guys, please understand this is typically a 2-hour course or a class that I've done. So I'm trying to condense it as best as possible because it is a little bit technical. So I just want to kind of, in these 20 minutes, give everyone an overview of what it is that I'm talking about. And I do want to mention right off the bat that there is that 2-hour version. It's on the Miami Realtors Live website, the full class that I have done. So once you get the overview here, you guys can go over there and take a look at the whole 2-hour course. All right, so Google. We all know the power of Google. We know it's the #1 search engine in the world. One of the things that I don't understand, most agents, we know we say the words, people are doing their home search. We're searching for homes, and yet most agents are not on the biggest search engine in the world. So I just want to throw up some quick stats here so you guys can get a little bit of framing behind Google. 75,000 queries per second, 85% global mobile search traffic. It grows 10 to 15% per year. Local searches account for 46% of all searches on Google. That's a big one. Moving up one spot in Google search results can increase a CTR. A CTR is your click-through rate, meaning how many people click on the link to go to your site, by up to 30%. I'm going to discuss a little bit about that in a moment. Less than 1% of searchers click on results from Google's second page. Users are 4 times more likely to click on a paid search ad, which is really what this 20 minutes will be about, compared to any of its competitors. Over 200 factors are taken into account by Google when delivering search results, and 50% of search queries in Google are 4 words or longer. Okay, so just some quick things to go over there with you. So the biggest questions I get asked is, what's better, Facebook ads or Google ads? 2 completely different worlds. I love them both. They both serve their purpose. The only key differentiator here with Google is that you're getting in front of people that are actively searching, meaning the intent is extremely high. They're going out of their way. They're opening up the browser, their mobile phone, and they're actually typing in, homes for sale in Miami, vacation homes for sale in Key West. If you're in New York, and I'm going to show you some really cool numbers here in a second. If you're in the Northeast, we already know, we've discussed, there's a big exodus of people coming down to Florida. So they're going on Google and they're searching for properties. So That's really the big difference between Google and Facebook. The fact that you can get in front of them while they're hot and ready and they're actively searching, versus Facebook, which is more of a shotgun approach, and you are targeting, you know, based on attributions and more of a general shotgun approach. This was a funny joke I kind of saw a couple of days ago. The best place to hide a dead body is on the second page of a Google search. That goes back to the first stat that we saw earlier, meaning, and you guys know this, when you Google something, if it's not at the very top of the first search page or the first search page altogether, chances are you're not interested in looking at it. The reason Google ads are so powerful is because they place you on the first page at the top of the page. A lot of the questions I get, well, what about SEO? What about doing my blog? All great stuff, but just be aware that you're going to be competing against a lot of people. And it's going to take you a lot of time to build up the online credibility where Google will rank you high in the first place. Where with ads, we can just do a whole shortcut and be placed up front on the first Google search page. Okay, here we're going to get to the interesting stuff. And just bear with me, guys, because I'm going to show you some slides, and then I'm going to kind of come out of this this presentation. I'm going to show you the practical approach on how it is that I do it and some of the other agents I work with to generate the buyer leads. So here, for example, I'm out of Aventura. I put houses for sale and apartments for sale in Aventura from April 2019 to March 2020. And I want you to pay attention here on the side. These are the average monthly searches, guys. So we're looking at houses for sale, apartments for sale. You're looking from 100 to 1,000, 10 to 100. Houses for sale near me, 100 to 1,000. Homes for sale near me, 10 to 100, 100 to 1,000. So you're starting to get the picture. And what happens is, what we like to do is we like to add all these up, right? Zillow homes for sale and homes for sale near me. As you add up all these different keywords, you're now well into the 3,000 or 4,000 monthly searches that people are conducting, and you're going to get that traffic and take it to your site, right? One cool thing, what I think is kind of cool is, if you notice here where it says Zillow homes for sale. Oh, sorry, let me go back. This stands out to me because we're in the real estate industry and we know what Zillow is. We know they're really big for looking for properties. But for the everyday person, the average person, their first thought when searching for anything, for looking online, is Google. So what this tells me, when I see stuff like Zillow homes for sale, from 100 to 1,000 monthly searches, people are not necessarily going straight to Zillow to look for properties, something that I assumed early on they were doing. But when I look here at the data, it's telling me, look, people are going to Google first, and then Google's taking them to Zillow. So what's cool about this is that the traffic that would normally go to Zillow, you can siphon that traffic to your site, to your CRM, and start working them as a buyer lead for a much, much lower cost than you would rather if you would be paying Zillow leads, right? This is another example. This is Coconut Creek, Florida. Same keywords. I did homes for sale. Here we have average monthly searches. Again, Zillow for sale, 100 to 1,000. So that's 100 to 1,000 people actively searching. They're going onto Google. They're typing in Zillow because they know of Zillow, but they're not going directly to their website. And then Zillow will redirect them. Homes for sale near me, 100 to 1,000, right? So as we understand this, right, the name of the game is to build out a site where whoever's looking for properties in a given specific area, for example here, Coconut Creek, if we can get them from Google to your site and lock them down as a buyer lead, that's really our goal here. So again, add all these up, you're looking at 5,500 average monthly searches, and here 12,000 plus, right? Now, if we look at the rental side, it'll, and I'm going to do it in a second, it'll blow your mind. You can basically run your own little business off of just rental leads alone. Especially now with the whole COVID situation, rentals are becoming more searched online. The other cool thing with Google, guys, you can get really specific. You can do by location. Here I have Broward County selected, And I'm going to show you here in a second how to select areas to market to. But I've worked with some people who are actually in this right now, and we've been doing campaigns running straight to the Northeast. We've already discussed, we have a lot of buyers coming in from New York, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and they're actively searching. We can see by interest, people just in the Northeast that are looking to relocate over to South Florida, maybe relocate to Miami or the Keys or what have you. We're able to target them, put our website in front of them while they do those searches and lock them in as a really high intent, high value buyer lead. Okay. So before I get into the more technical aspect and I show you more practical side of it, if you guys do not have a Google Ads account, that's fine. Just know that this is the link for you guys to go and start setting up your Google Ads account. So it's ads.google.com. By the way, it's free to build it, right? It's a Google platform. The only cost to you is to pay, obviously, to run the ads. And I apologize if I'm flying through this a little bit, because it is a little bit of, it's a lot to cover actually. And I want to kind of show you on the practical side of things outside of these slides. When you get to the Google platform, the campaigns, you're going to be met with all sorts of different campaigns. When you look at the 2-hour course that I did on Miami Realtors Live, I'm going to cover this in depth, but really what you're looking at is website traffic, right? Again, we got people going to Google and want to drive them to your website. And then when you look at type of campaign, it's going to be here where it says search. All right, so those are the two things that for you to remember. There's a million types of ads and campaigns and types that you can run with Google. I'll give you another idea here. It says video. Anytime you see video within the Google platform, just think YouTube, right? So we can be running ads against the Northeast, right? People that are looking for South Florida, we can be running those 5-second bumper ads that you see on YouTube all the time, the ones everyone loves to skip.